Good morning everyone. Dumelang, Thomelang, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Abusheni, Nda. I'm trying how people, some energy, nyana, response, feedback. Give me some feedback. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Sean. All right. I'm just going to be just 2 minutes for now before I spend more time with you. Just some quick announcements. We are going to, just some people outside, if they can still come into the room. We're still waiting for some of our speakers to arrive. So we might just run 1 or 2 minutes over. We're going to start with our musical item. We're giving them about 10 minutes or so. And then we will go into our program. My name is Palesa Mutapo. I always forget to introduce myself. My name is Palesa Mutapo, and I'm the Director, Research Support and Management. And we're really excited to host you here in our Research Week, where we're going to profile our excellent research and our collaborations, our partnerships, and also to showcase some of our entities and chairs, our excellent students, and we're really, really excited for this week. It's our flagship program here in our university. So I'm going to hand over to our marimba band, and then we'll run through the program. Thank you very much to our marimba band outside. I would like to invite all the colleagues back inside so that we can start with our program and that we may be able to catch up with our time. Good morning, colleagues, once again. My name is Palesa Mutapo, and I'm the Director, Research Support and Management here at Nelson Mandela University. Thank you. We love it, but thank you very much. All right. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to our 4th Research Week at Nelson Mandela University. It's such a privilege for me because I arrived here at Mandela during Research Week, so I'm celebrating as well. The platform has really grown, and it's a space for us as the Research Directorate to showcase research excellence at the university, as well as engaging meaningfully with our academic partners, government, industry, and the communities that we work with as a university. This year's theme, Transforming Knowledge for a Just and Sustainable and Innovative Africa, really reminds us of our dual responsibility to carry and push the boundaries of discovery while we are ensuring that our knowledge makes a real difference in people's lives. That is something that we are passionate about as a university. We are committed to research that transcends disciplines, that centers African voices and agency, and also that focuses on societal impact. And that will be showcased throughout this week, throughout the sessions that we will be presenting, as well as the exhibitions from our faculties and entities, and various dialogues that we will also be having. There will be opportunities also for networking and socializing, and also building further partnerships. For now, I would like to invite our VC, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, to officially open Research Week 2025 and welcome you to Nelson Mandela University.
Good morning, colleagues. It's such a pleasure to have you, to welcome you this morning. And the room is full. I'm very encouraged. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, I need to hold this by hand. Thank you. Thanks, Palisa. I want to greet you as our program director. You're looking beautiful this morning. Our program director, she has already introduced herself, Dr. Palisa Mutapo. I want to recognize our DVC for research, innovation, and internationalization, who with his team are hosting us this week. And I just want to recognize upfront the good work, the great work that has gone into this Research Week, and thank all the team that you work with, DVC. I want to greet other Deputy Vice Chancellors. I've seen Professor Kiet. I know that other Deputy Vice Chancellors are probably in the room. I want to greet them, our executive deans of faculty, all members of executive and senior management, all our professors, all our staff, our students that are here, postgraduates and otherwise, that are participating, and our partners from all over, from all over the country and internationally. I've just seen Professor Sarah Muswetsa, the CEO of the HSRC. I've seen here also Professor Gugu Moche, the NRF acting CEO. Yes. I would like to greet them. I would like also to greet the Consular General, Professor Bobby Murowe. He's our Consular General in Nigeria. Where is Prof? Here. Yes, yeah. And he hosted us very well when we were in Nigeria. And he also is our visiting professor here at Nelson Mandela University. So you are very, very welcome, Prof. I want to recognize Stats SA, represented here by the DDG, Mr. Ashwell Jeneka. And then I know that I'm going to leave out some people because, and some organizations, but just to have the catch-all approach, I want to emphasize that we live in this university on principles of respect, recognition, inclusion. So if you are not mentioned by name, it does not mean that you are less respected, you are less valued. So it is important that I emphasize this because it is very likely that in a function, in an event this big, with international participation, and I know that there are people that are participating online all over the world, our partners who could not be here. So I would like to also recognize them. I would also like to recognize ECAC, DSI, Canon Collins Trust, and many, many other people that are participating and that have been instrumental in making sure that this is a success. Our international partners like the Swiss Embassy, we've got colleagues here from other universities you would have seen in the program, University of Ibadan, University of Ghana, Aarhus University in Denmark, is it? Yes, and and then all our sister universities and science and knowledge community as a whole, I want to recognize all of you. I do want to just mention my colleague, the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Thandi Mgwebi. The research week started here at Nelson Mandela under her leadership. And I would like not that vision not to be forgotten. It has grown from strength to strength, and I know it's going to grow in stature. And I like to also, just to say, Azwindini, we have all the confidence in your vision, particularly your standpoint in science for society, in accessible excellence. So we hope that you will use the opportunity of the Research Week so that we have international tentacles intellectually through this program. So all of you are welcome, and I particularly want to recognize our students and our researchers. I have great pleasure in welcoming you to the 4th Nelson Mandela University Annual Research Week. Since its inception in 2022, it has grown in scope and impact, becoming one of our flagship platforms for celebrating research excellence, deepening our partnerships, and inspiring the next generation of researchers and scholars. This year's theme, Transformative Knowledge for a Just, Sustainable, and Innovative Africa, and our tagline, from quantum frontiers to community solutions, advancing knowledge for society. There is not any prize for guessing. How did we get quantum included in this tagline? These speak directly to the journey we are on as a university and as a continent. It is a call to bridge the gap between cutting-edge discovery from artificial intelligence and quantum science and everyday realities of our communities. For if our research does not address itself to these commanding challenges, it would not be living up to its purpose. In terms of our university's guiding strategy, Vision 2030, Research Week is not only a showcase of what we do, it is a reaffirmation of who we are. Vision 2030 does commit us as a university to transcend and lower disciplinary boundaries, to center African agency, to deliver knowledge that is both globally excellent and locally relevant. In this spirit, Research Week highlights the importance of transdisciplinary collaboration, the role of emerging scholars, and our place within the global knowledge and research ecosystem. I am pleased to see in the program that over the next 5 days, there will be conversations on how data and epidemiology shape public health policy, insights into international collaboration and science diplomacy, dialogues on AI, digital transformation and innovation ecosystems, as well as inspiring contributions from our humanities, social science, and even the library communities. These sessions reflect our conviction that fundamental research and applied research are both essential and that together they must advance justice, sustainability, and innovation, particularly with a particular focus to elevate and advance Africa's future. And we are not shy about our leaning of our knowledge to the advancement of our continent first. Of course, none of this would be possible without our key partners, whom I have mentioned at the beginning, the NRF. Oh, yes, sorry. Oopsie. Oh, things fall apart. I've already mentioned all our partners at the beginning. I do want to just mention, though, without mentioning them by organizations and name again, to say that we know that without our partners, an event, an initiative like this will not be successful. So we value all our partners. All of you, you have made this quite a success. As I move to conclude, let me do this with a call to action. Colleagues and friends, Research Week is more than a conference. It is a commitment to advance knowledge that transforms society, a commitment to ensure that new technologies from quantum communications to artificial intelligence serve humanity rather than deepen inequality. Above all, it is a commitment to remain faithful to the guiding vision of our great university and of our namesake himself, that education and knowledge are powerful tools for advancing dignity, justice, and freedom. Let us engage actively, robustly, boldly, collaborate across borders and disciplines, and ensure that this Research Week 2025 leaves us all inspired and connected for the work and collaborations ahead. I'm more than honored to declare this Research Week 2025 officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC. I would now like to invite Professor Azundini Moronga, who's our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Internationalization.
Good morning, Goeiemorgen, Molweni. Actually, our Vice Chancellor, after she has spoken, there is not much that one can say, except just to re-emphasize the message by the Vice Chancellor. It is indeed a pleasure to also be with you here today, in particular our invited guests who are here, whom so many we're going to hear from throughout the week, starting from today. Vice Chancellor, Mandela University is part of the global village. And this year is the United Nations International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, which we celebrate 100 years of that particular science that brought the technology that we see today everywhere around us. And Nelson Mandela is proud to be part of that global village. While we do so, in short, Research Week is also where we live out Vision 2030 of our university. So we have promised that we will pursue impactful research, innovation, and internationalization as part of our strategic focus area in Vision 2030. In doing so, Research Week, it's really measuring ourselves. Are we really on the pursuit for impactful research, innovation, and internationalization? And therefore, those who are coming from outside should judge us against Vision 2030 that we have set ourselves for. And this is why we invited many stakeholders from outside as well, not only to share knowledge, but when they go out of here, they will have to say, yeah, it looks like really you are on the right track, or you are still behind. And we will be listening to this throughout the week indeed. The theme and the tagline are not just abstract words. They reflect reality we face daily. On the other hand, the frontiers of knowledge are expanding at breathtaking speed. Today there is ChatGPT, tomorrow there is something else. That's the speed with which things are changing. And therefore, our research should be the driver and not the follower. So that's what we are saying. And quantum technologies that promises secure communications and computing power beyond imagination. One of the key opening sessions talk will be on this one. Artificial intelligence reshaping education, healthcare, and economy. Advances in climate science, health research, and biotechnology. These are the concepts that are embedded on our theme for 2025 Research Week. There are three key messages that I want you to take away. The first one is that research and innovation must transcend disciplines, and that VC has already alluded to. Why we need to do that is because complex problems cannot be solved by one discipline alone. This week's program is deliberately made in such a way that it's transdisciplinary, with conversations ranging from humanities and social sciences to physics and quantum optics, to health and epidemiology, to artificial intelligence and digital transformation. Secondly, we must center African agency. Too often, Africa is seen as a recipient of knowledge. You know? And we want to also be the producers of transformative ideas. And Nelson Mandela University is asserting itself as a continental hub through initiatives such as Mandela University Africa Hub, Sustainability Science, Theoretical and Computational Sciences, through the hosting of chairs such as Chair in Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, the Falfref Mandela University Chair in Entrepreneurship and Financial Inclusion. It has to be inclusion. And these are some of the initiatives through which Mandela is living its Vision 2030. Through the partnerships such as Global Challenges University Alliance 2030, the Association of African Universities, and the Australian Africa University Network, as well as through the leadership in networks such as Southern Africa PhysNet, building physics and science capacity across Southern Africa. This is where Mandela is leading. So we are not just talking about us talking to ourselves, but we are also playing a leadership role in the region, which is important for Mandela University. This is why throughout this week, you will hear about our postdoctoral fellows and research and innovation chairs, whose work tackles local and global challenges. We are highlighting student research and innovation through the 3-minute thesis competition this week. We are hosting dialogue on public health, immigration and higher education, intra-African partnerships, AI ethics, and quantum science, amongst others. In closing, and just following on the footsteps of our Vice Chancellor, we are calling you to an action to engage fully throughout this week with the program. From the opening session today, we are going to have engagement session, to the closing session hosted by our library and information services on Friday. We are calling you to network and collaborate, building relationships that will outlast the research week. Networking sessions should continue on a daily basis through our daily exhibitions and poster sessions of the program. I understand there will be refreshments served at the poster and exhibition sessions. Let me remind you that the exhibition sessions, this is where you will see entities that are not in the room. What is it that they do at Mandela? These are innovation, engagement, research entities that you will engage with. They will be waiting for you every day in the afternoon at our new flagship facility, the Ocean Sciences Science Center. With these words, I invite you to immerse yourselves in the conversations, debates, and collaborations of the week. Together, let us make sure that from quantum frontiers to community solutions, Nelson Mandela University is indeed gearing up for a university in service of society. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, DVC, for those reflections. And we're very excited about the week, and thank you for showcasing already what our visitors can expect today. So we will move on to the formal program and start with our keynote address, which will be by Professor Sarah Musweta, and she is the CEO of the Human Science Research Council. I will briefly read her bio. She's shaking her head. I will allow her to briefly introduce herself as she starts her talk. Of course, yes. You are welcome. good to have a few devices in place, so I'll use this one. Hopefully I won't mess with it. I'll help myself. There you are. We're good? Is it coming? All right, thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is indeed Sarah Mosweta, and we will spare me the embarrassment of reading my bio in front of our VC. Good morning, VC. And I will greet others, but VC, just in case I forget, I'm a bit rattled this morning, but I will deliver for our university. Things are falling apart, but this center called Mandela University under your leadership is holding. To the DVC, thanks for taking the risk of inviting me. To our dean, my dean, who's in the room. To the acting CEO of NRF. Colleagues, friends, and I was listening to our VC very, very closely. She was pointing at this side for students, maybe at the back. So I'll make sure that, oh, maybe this side, sorry, my right. So I'll make sure that as I say a few things, I also look at the students. Let me say a couple of things about where I come from. I come from the HSRC, the Human Sciences Research Council. We do a lot of research from health and well-being to climate change, to Africa BRICS and the Global South, to two things that anchor us very well, which you will now know why whenever I get an invitation from Mandela University, I agree. For us at the HSRC, Africa is at the center of what we do. We are Pan-African in thinking, in thought, in what we want to do as we pursue our 2030 agenda. Very unapologetic like Mandela University. We also have our internship program, and I'm glad that some of my colleagues from the internship program are here. The internship program is not just serving the HSRC, it's serving the rest of the country. And some of our interns, I think, are here at Mandela University. I want to say just a couple of things about just framing what I need to say. Anything that's controversial is not HSRC, it's me in my personal capacity. Anything that's great is because this university is indeed a great university. At a time when the invitation came through for me to come through to this research week, firstly, I thought it was far, so I don't have to wake up at 4 a.m., get to a 6 a.m. flight. Before then, make lunchbox from Kazmulo, and then rush to the airport, and then get here, assume that I know this place very well, get into another campus where I'm supposed to be in this campus. But as I received the invitation, I was grappling with a particular stance of what the humanities are supposed to be, what sciences is supposed to be, what universities are supposed to be. And at that point, I wrote something, and I thought, this is, it's not going to land very well in many spaces. And when the invitation came, I thought, this is my moment to explain a few things. So I have many things to resolve. My topic for today has changed also.
somehow between me and the DVC, we found other titles. But let me say that there are no contradictions in terms of what I'm going to say and what is stated in the program as my address today. From research to social transformation, aligning knowledge with policy and practice, what we call praxis, where I come from. The theme, indeed, for this research week and what I've decided to talk about today, which is research for and to social transformation, compels us to reflect on the social purpose of the university in a time of crisis. We live in an age of converging emergencies, unemployment and poverty, anti-science agendas, attack on higher education, global conflicts, shrinking resources for research and teaching. The question then before us is not an abstract one, as our VC has also alluded. There are two questions for me that we need to answer. What then is the purpose of knowledge in such times? What is the purpose of all sciences, including the humanities, during such times? Can research remain confined to academic journals, conference halls, or must it be mobilized to shape policy, transform communities, defend human dignity? I want to make a few statements, but all of that I want you to maybe be reminded that for me it is important that for universities, for the HSRCs of this world to survive and flourish, we must indeed commit to research that serves society. As usual, I have six points that I want to make. And I'll start here. I think they orientated me, and a typical social scientist, I want to rebel. Can you orientate me again? Maybe I can move it here. There you are. Who needs technology? Right. Let me start with my first point. It is important that we start here. The South Africa's unemployment crisis is among the worst in the world. The most recent Stats SA quarterly labor force survey reports an official unemployment rate of 32.9%, and among our youth and young people aged between 15 and 34 years old, unemployment rate is 45.5%. And for young women, particularly black women like me, the figures are even higher. We're in the Eastern Cape. Let me reflect on the Eastern Cape. In the Eastern Cape, the picture is darker still. The province records one of the highest unemployment stats nationally, consistently above 40%. More than 2/3 of households report insufficient income to cover basic monthly needs. For many young people, Buffalo City, they remain jobless. Joblessness is not a temporary stage, but a permanent life condition. Unemployment, some of you would know, erodes dignity, fuels inequality, and destabilizes our democracy. It drives cycles of protest, migration, disillusionment with institutions, unfortunately, such as our universities. As the National Development Plan observed, youth unemployment poses an existential threat to social cohesion. Therefore, universities, the HSRCs of this world, cannot ignore this. Our role is not only to produce graduates, but also to produce research that indeed wants to shape that life, the lives of ordinary people. Research must be converted into, for me, work, dignity, and hope for our people. And as you see from the slide, I think what is noteworthy, I'll try to, okay, I won't do that. What is for me noteworthy is indeed while we had a dip during COVID-19, we haven't really fully recovered as a country. Youth unemployment remains one of the biggest issues for us as we think about what is the role of the university, what is the role of research moving forward. It is important that as we ask that question, we also come up with policy recommendations that ultimately shifts universities from ivory towers, as some critics would argue, to one that speaks to relevance. At the HSRC, we talk about research impact, and that research impact is premised first on relevance, the relevance of the question, the questions that we start off with. And I'm not in any way suggesting this is a research week. There are a number of professors in this room. I'm not in any way suggesting that research and the work that we do at the universities should not be for research for its own sake or knowledge for its own sake. But we cannot ignore the realities of our country as we think about the work that we need to do. I think for me, the first challenge is after this research week at Mandela, what will change about the research questions that we ask given the stark reality? For me, I think the social license that our communities here in the Eastern Cape throughout the country have given us to exist as universities, I think that license is about to expire, if not already. That's the first of 6 things I wanted to talk about. Just to be provocative, I know that it is Research Week, and I know that it is not a meeting of the humanities and social sciences, how I wish I was protected by my own people at Mandela, but it is Research Week, multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary. I want us to think about, again, the role of the university when we produce engineers that are devoid of realities of our people. I'll read this one out for those who are sitting right at the back. Social media. Construction of a state-of-the-art bridge in Limpopo worth 155 million has been completed. The river will be added later, or maybe never. What does it mean when, as universities, we have engineers that never cross the line, the floor, to speak to social sciences? We have such disasters, and yet we want to bemoan that the universities are under attack. The second thing I want to talk about, therefore, is the universities. Again, universities worldwide are facing mounting pressures, declining state subsidies, and we know now that what was fees must fall, and what happened at, I told you anything controversial is me. What transpired at NSFAS, we are now having to pay that price. Rising student demand. The VC is not going to like this. Bureaucratic regulation and growing public mistrust. Critiques, of course, question whether universities are accessible, relevant, and socially engaged. Yet, we must also acknowledge, for me, that sometimes as universities, as the humanities and social sciences, that sometimes we need to also acknowledge our own complicity. When universities prioritize global rankings over local needs, reproduce elitism, or treat communities as extractive sites for data rather than partners in knowledge, we erode our legitimacy. Defining the university for social transformation requires more than just resisting external threats. It demands renewal of purpose, recommitting our role as spaces of critical inquiry, of democratic debate, and public service. Public service. In the ways that we do public service, we do it through that the initiative with two words to a particular name we call community engagement. Yet community engagement at universities is seen as a third pillar, sometimes even underfunded, sometimes conveniently forgotten when there are promotions on the line. Yet community engagement is at the pillar of social transformation for research in our universities and in the many spaces. Because with community engagement, we will indeed avert some of these problems of not talking to communities, not engaging with communities as equals, and rather wanting to build bridges when in actual fact, at that point, there's not a bridge that needs to be built. The third issue I want to talk about today. I'll read it. It's not my image. And credit where it's due. It's the SABC News image. And I'll leave it at that because I want to talk about it this pick in relation to what is happening globally. And for us, again, our pursuit for research, our pursuit for social transformation cannot ignore the context, cannot ignore our context. Otherwise, again, either the context of the local or the context of the global. Globally, we face the rise of anti-science agendas. Climate change denialism persists in the face of overwhelming evidence. Vaccine skepticism undermining public health. You remember during the days of COVID and its ongoing misinformation spreading rapidly, eroding trust in institutions, and sometimes misinformation to delegitimize a whole country. In South Africa, this intersects with structural crises. Consider femicide. And I'm the home of, I need to be very careful of what I need to say next, because our very esteemed scholar of gender, or maybe scholars of gender are in this university, so I need to be careful of what I need to say next. But every 3 hours, a woman is murdered, often by an intimate partner. This is not sensationalism. It is a recognition of systemic gendered violence that some scholars describe as slow genocide. I'll come back to the concept of genocide just now. Similarly, unresolved land reform, racialized inequality represent the enduring afterlives of colonialism and apartheid. Land dispossession continues to shape poverty and exclusion, to deny the agency of redistribution or to normalize inequality is itself a form of epistemic violence. Research must do more than just measure and describe. Research that aims for social transformation must do more than just measure and describe. It must name the violence. It is patriarchal, it is racial, it's economic, and it produces inequalities. What we must do is produce emancipatory knowledge that confronts denialism while opening possibilities for justice. This requires broadening science to include all sciences as equal. Knowledge cannot and social transformation cannot be neutral in the face of systemic violence. Silence is complicity. The responsibilities of universities extends beyond borders. In Gaza, we are witnessing humanitarian catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. Families obliterated, schools, hospitals destroyed, universities reduced to rubble. Many, myself included, describe this indeed not as genocide, describe this completely as a Holocaust. As South Africans with our own history of apartheid and resistance, silence is not an option. We know too well the power of global solidarity in struggles of justice. In the words of our Palestinian poet, if I must die, you must live to tell my story. Write about us, about our children, about our matters, about our dreams, about our broken houses, about our prayers. Seemingly someone was indeed describing what social transformative research is about. And I ask you again, after 5 days of thinking about research at Mandela universities, which stories are you going to write? Which stories are you going to write? Can be that after listening to our Vice-Chancellor, we'll come back again next year. It will be Research Week 5, and we are asking the same questions. We are telling the same stories that don't heed the call of write about us, about our children, our dreams, our broken homes. These are not mere verses. I'm sure as I read them, they sound distant, but they are injunctions to bear witness, to resist silence, to use knowledge as a tool of justice. Forgot to move my slides, but that's okay, because I'm almost at number 5. Did I lose? Someone in the room should be smiling at this point. And I won't look at her because I know she knows. You know when they say she knows, or when you know, right? When you know, you know. Now I'm looking at the students. When you know, you know. Let me reflect on his latest book, Apartheid Did Not Die. He talks about media imperialism. And I ask our media scholars in the room, what stories are you writing that negate this media imperialism, that tell the story that needs to be told? And again, here I'm going back to my home sciences, the humanities and social sciences. We train journalists. We're supposed to train media scholars that ask these questions so that indeed one of these days, very soon, we should be able to resolve our national question, to resolve, and never ever should we write books about apartheid not dead yet. I want to move to my last 2 points. And I think this is the last pick. I'm doing very well with this presentation mode and picks. So if you forget everything, you're going to remember the pictures, right? So this is going to sit with us for a while. It will be in my concluding remarks because I want us to absorb it. I alluded to the crisis of funding, and I want to come back to it because it shapes the kind of questions that we ask, the methodologies that we explore, and the possibilities for a university. Indeed, the funding crisis in higher education is undeniable. Yet in this crisis, I think we can indeed find questions to ask ourselves. This moment for us requires that we review, refocus our research agendas. Which projects most directly align with our national priorities? I know that at times we sit and bemoan where we are at, particularly with the crisis imposed elsewhere, and I will not mention. I'm sure when you know, you know. But as I was reflecting on this part of the problem of the funding crisis imposed elsewhere, and I hesitate in saying this, but it's in my notes, so I'll honor my 4 a.m. Saturday morning notes. Is it possible that all of the research projects that have been questioned with lack of funding, is it possible that some of them indeed were asking questions for others and not for us? Is it possible that some of the projects, or the research projects that have now will not be funded or have not been funded, is it possible that they were responding to other individuals, countries, companies' agendas? For I have come to realize that research data, we're in the research week, Mandela University, research data is becoming a new commodity, and a commodity that is used to exploit others at the benefit of others. That if you look at how the value chain of the research data has been moving, particularly in some areas of health, that the relationship has not been that of equals. And therefore the crisis then is not only a threat, it is also an opportunity to reimagine research as knowledge for transformation, and the questions derived from Africa, understood by Africans, theorized by Africans, for Africa. I come back to the notion of community engagement. I come back to the notion of a social license that is expiring. A critical dimension of universities' future is, I think, community engagement. That in future, when we have such research weeks, we should be able, and I'm glad that we are here, Oceans Campus, because I think at the heart of Oceans Campus is exactly that, community engagement, extending our research to communities. But they should be able to speak for themselves. For decades, universities have enjoyed a social license to operate, legitimacy granted by society on the assumption that they serve the public good. The license, as I said, is expiring, rising inequalities and perceptions often misunderstood precisely because we're not doing community engagements, are eroding that trust. Communities increasingly are questioning whether the universities are truly on their side. For me, Mandela University offers us an inspiring model. This campus as it stands, some of the research that's happening here, questioning some of our assumptions about methodologies, and that brings me to my last pick. If any one of you are a student, a university member at Mandela University, and you don't have a copy of this book, or you have not even heard about this book, this is not abstract, it is right here. Because it is in the methodologies that promotes new ways of knowing, new ways of thinking, new ways of theorizing from the South. And I thought that as I was thinking about my talk today and social transformation, what are those examples that already we are pursuing as Mandela universities? And I think as Mandela University, I think this book speaks to exactly that, of telling our stories. Let me conclude then by saying that if we align our research with praxis, with what we know needs to happen, part of the social transformation agenda is not optional. It is imperative. We need to start thinking about the bigger questions that confront our communities, not just that issues that confront us precisely because we want to be promoted. We need to start thinking and continue thinking as Mandela universities on issues that address unemployment. We need to continue confronting gendered violence and inequality, defend our universities, bear witness. We can't bear witness to genocide and keep silence. We need to make a renewed commitment to community engagement and navigate our funding crisis in our own way. For no crisis should go to waste. We must insist that knowledge should serve humanity. Our task then, as our Vice-Chancellor also implores us to do, is to tell the stories, confront injustice, place knowledge at the service of society. And for me, Mandela University, with its traditions of engagement, innovation, transformation, is well, I know, positioned to take charge and to continue leading towards the Vision 2030. I share this vision. I know that for us, the idea is not just to theorize the world, but to change it. I came today with two ideas. One, to be bold enough to say the things that I want to say because it's Mandela University. Two, hopefully I have not scared you enough for you not to want to continue to partner with the HSRC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Musweta. I think we should be very proud that we are a university where people feel free to speak and share and challenge, and that we can accept that, and we are open-minded as an institution. That we've also very happy to know that we can be considered a space for change, and that we are on solid ground in this changing, transforming higher education space. And thank you for your very challenging talk, quite humbling, the questions that you are asking us. The question around what research questions are we going to ask after this week? I think we've been asking ourselves even before this week. The stories that we are telling, I think that's a very important and profound statement to make, and for us to ask ourselves as an institution, considering what is going on globally and also within our own country and our own province and the challenges that we face. Every single year when the year begins, there's uproar outside. And then we also, in the same time, at the end of the year, we watch students walk across the stage and we celebrate them as they graduate, and then there is no hope for them after that. I think your question is very straight and challenges us to rethink what opportunities we are creating for our students while they are here. And we, as the research community, how we're going to shape and drive change for the future. I've been requested that we are going to have a a Q&A session that will be after tea, which will be more like a discussion, so that we can give room and have all our speakers an opportunity to present. And then we also have a slight change on our program. One of our speakers will not be able to present today on the AI, which will be after tea. For now, I will move with the program to request Professor Olufunmilayo Fawole from the University of Ibadan, and she could not make it to be with us in person, so she has recorded her presentation, so we will allow for that to happen. Thank you very much.
Everybody, welcome to today's panel discussion. I am Olufunmilayo Fawole. I'm the Director, Office of International Programs at the University of Ibadan and a Professor of Epidemiology and Public Health at the university. I will be presenting today on the topic from data to action. Now let me share my screen. So the topic is from data to action, how epidemiology shapes policy and save lives. Below is our outline. We'll be talking about 5 main areas. And I would like to start off with an introduction by discussing about what epidemiology is. Epidemiology is the foundation of scientific decision-making in healthcare and public health. Our interest in this presentation will be public health, which is my specialty. Epidemiology is the scientific study of the distribution, the frequency, and the determinants of diseases and health outcomes in population. In other words, epidemiology concentrates on populations and not in individuals. It aims to develop methods to prevent health problems, limit the consequences of illnesses when they occur, and maximize health. And therefore, it is a useful tool in scientific decision-making. It answers the 5 Ws, these 5 questions. Who is affected or who is getting the disease? What is the disease? Where is it occurring? When is it occurring? Why is it occurring? And how is it occurring? In other words, it describes the occurrence of the diseases or health problems by person, place, and time, and goes a step further to do some analysis when it estimates the why, or when it determines the why and the how. There are major areas of concentration of work in epidemiology. This includes understanding the cause of health problems or diseases, etiology, the risk factors for health events or why diseases are transmitted, investigating outbreaks of diseases. Similarly, surveillance for disease is a very important and crucial aspect of epidemiology. Study designs and screening for disease is an important area of epidemiology work. Lastly is randomized controlled trials. Of paramount interest in our discussion today is disease surveillance, screening, and conducting randomized controlled trials. I will just mention a little bit about this briefly to whet your appetite on these areas. Now, epidemiology has a hierarchy of studies. There's a hierarchy of study designs. And health professionals need to understand this and make use of it so that they can make sound decision making. It starts from the simple case report to the case series, to conducting cross-sectional surveys, which are very popular and common, to the case control studies, then the retrospective cohorts, the prospective cohort studies, and then the randomized controlled trials, which is the gold standard of epidemiological designs. The weight of evidence of these study designs increase from the base of the pyramid and becomes its best at the tip with the randomized control trials. The simple studies are the descriptive studies, that those are the case report and study and case series, ecological studies, because they just describe the occurrence of diseases by person, place, and time. The analytical include the case control and the cohort studies and the experimental studies, because they analyze by comparing with controls to understand the reason for the associations or causations found. And many of these study designs have been very useful in helping to understand and decrease diseases. They have guided screening for diseases like hypertension, cancer of the cervix, and even growth monitoring for children. The sources of epidemiological data that can inform health policy are varied. This includes civil registration and vital statistics, as occurs when we register births, deaths, and marriages, public health surveillance activities, health facility records, that is hospital and clinic records, disease registries for diseases of importance, such as cancers, very popular to have cancer registries. Then the cross-sectional surveys and other ad hoc surveys or national surveys. Then the randomized control trials. So the ability to generate data that is evidence makes epidemiology a very useful tool for policy making. And we can see the general principle guiding epidemiology and data collection in this diagram. First is the healthcare system. That is where the disease or the health problem is reported. The ill case goes to the health facility. And this information is reported and stored in the database at the health or with the health authorities, be it at local, state, or national levels. From here, the data is analyzed and interpreted, and the information that is generated guides decision making. And this is fed back to the health system, and an intervention or the appropriate strategies are mapped out. And this guides activities to ensure that this disease or health problem or health event is reduced in the population. So this shows the real world changes of what happens. Now we can go a step further and look at what happens again in the same diagram. There's a health event, a disease. It goes to the health authority. And here the data that is collected is characterized, is validated to be sure that it is valid, useful, accurate. And then some descriptive basic analysis is done. From this, a hypothesis is generated. That is, we're trying to identify the reason or the cause of the observation. This constitutes useful information that is now used to design the appropriate intervention to ensure that this health event is prevented and controlled. Now, at the health system, after the data is generated here, the same diagram, the action that is taken at the health system level is varied. It could be prevention and control measures such as vaccination, immunization, or insecticide spraying, or chlorinating wells, depending on the particular, or killing the vectors, depending on the health condition in question. Or it could be a policy change where the information, after it is fed to the health system, is now used to enact a policy, of which we shall see a few examples as we go along. So this slide shows the power of research. Public health relies heavily on accurate data collection, and research is one of such methods of obtaining accurate data to guide interventions and programming. Examples of how the power of research includes the vaccination programs. For example, the vaccination programs, the polio program, has succeeded in really informing, epidemiology has succeeded in informing the polio eradication efforts worldwide. The individuals, the targets the children to be targets of this program, the protocol, the efficacy of vaccines are all guided by research. Hence, we find out that with the polio eradication program, a disease that affects majorly children, the intervention, the oral polio vaccine, is given to infants and children. Similarly, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine they are all viruses that affect majorly children, and therefore the vaccine is also given to infants. Similarly, with the COVID vaccine, which we all might have taken a short while ago, was also guided by research, which found that elderly and adults were vulnerable, and therefore, when the vaccine was being rolled out, it initially targeted high-risk adults, the elderly, and those with comorbidities before it became available to other adults and later the general population. These targets of the interventions of the vaccination programs were all guided by research. Then health education campaigns. Information about disease prevalence has guided campaigns to educate communities to prevent their spread. Take, for example, the HIV program. It is research that has guided the targets of HIV prevention efforts. And therefore, we find out that HIV program targets high-risk groups like sex workers, intravenous drug users, and lately, a lot of effort is now put on men who sleep with men. Also, the promotion of hand hygiene has succeeded in reducing, or is encouraged, or is increased during the flu season so that people can take the necessary precaution and do not contract these infections. Research has also been powerful in the use of screening initiatives. So epidemiological insights determine which population should receive screening. So screening for malnutrition is based on recognizing that children could be responsible, are the targets, are the ones who are vulnerable to this condition, and therefore growth monitoring and anthropometric measurements are done to screen for malnutrition in infants and children. Similarly, diabetes and cancer screening is guided by research that has shown that individuals who have comorbidities such as hypertension and obesity are more likely to be vulnerable to diabetes mellitus, and these are the individuals targeted for screening. Similarly, for so many cancers, family history of such cancers is a risk factor, and such individuals are encouraged to come regularly to screen themselves to ensure that any disease is picked up. Data is country decision making, probably and accessible. Include the use of the nose mask hand sanitizers and hand washing. And these measures were based on evidence from epidemiological research. Even the physical distancing that happened during the lockdown, for example, giving at least 1 meter or 50 people per maximum per gathering, and even the use of the nose mask was all based on epidemiological data. Likewise, the lockdown, the movement restriction, both local and international travel, was because it was found out that it was efficacious to restrict movement and that this actually succeeded in reducing spread. And lastly, special protection measures, such as the testing and screening, which was highly encouraged during the pandemic. And initially, this screening was majorly for the elderly. And when the kits became more available, then adults and then the general populace. That decision of these vulnerable groups being the elderly was based on research. So now that epidemiology has given us robust data, then we have all agreed that it can influence policy developments. And public health policies are always based on evidence, not just arbitrary. And an integral part of epidemiology is that it promotes the enactment of the appropriate policies. This flow diagram shows how data affects decision making. When data is collected, it is analyzed, the results are communicated both forward and backward, and from this, public health actions are taken and policies are made or revised. And an example of how data has influenced policy, I have 3 examples here. First is the regulations on tobacco use. This was based on the link that was observed between smoking rates and lung cancer incidents. And this promoted policies that restricted tobacco sales and advertising. Similarly, environmental policies that found poor air quality influenced respiratory health led to regulation of pollution levels, vehicular pollution levels in urban areas. And lastly, healthcare initiatives that found the disparity that exists among populace in demographics resulted in improving service to underserved populations. Hence, you find out that there are outreaches to these communities to ensure that they actually receive help. There's also an area we should talk about before we end, and that is innovation in epidemiology. And the innovations comes in 3 main ways: artificial intelligence, modeling, and geographical information systems. AI is being used increasingly by epidemiologists because it can analyze vast amounts of data quickly, and it can also sift through diverse data sets to identify patterns effectively. And therefore, it is very efficacious and helps to maximize the impact of our public health interventions. Then, advances in computational modeling have enhanced the ability to predict disease outbreaks and assess intervention strategies. Lastly, GIS has helped improve understanding on spatial patterns of health data. Despite all the advantages that we have stated about the use of epidemiology and data to guide action and save lives, there are also challenges. First is the inconsistent data collection that occurs in many low-income countries. So we find out that the data is often unreliable, and therefore it's difficult to track patterns. And this is more pronounced in the rural areas who do not report cases effectively due to the limited resources. Next is that sometimes the sample is biased, and this often skews the results. The studies often do not reflect the entire population, or sometimes it leaves out certain demographics, and therefore limiting its applicability. Thirdly is funding limitation, which often restricts the scope and the choice of epidemiological studies. So we end up sometimes delaying, canceling, or even conducting no study at all. And this, unfortunately, this budgetary constraints, unfortunately impacts on timely response to health problems. Fourth is the rapidly changing environments. Urbanization and climate change affects disease spread unpredictably. So we could have increased temperatures or increased rainfall, which increases the prevalence of some vector-borne diseases like malaria, and therefore things are happening different from what we predict. And the last example I like to give here is cultural factors, because we recognize that societal beliefs on health may reduce the public health effect of our interventions. I'll take 2 examples here. The human papilloma virus and the oral polio vaccines are sometimes believed in some communities to cause infertility in young girls. Hence, it is important to address these cultural factors to ensure that we have a successful program implementation. The way forward, first is to promote basic epidemiological training for the health workforce so that they ensure that quality data is collected. Next is to embrace innovation with the use of health data by epidemiologists. Third is to encourage the use of data to guide health programming and policy. And lastly is to monitor and evaluate, not just once, but to periodically monitor and evaluate the health interventions they were doing by collecting data to see, to monitor trends and see if we're still achieving our prevention and control objectives. I'd like to stop here and thank you for listening, and share my email above so that you can feel free to contact me to ask any questions that you may have on this subject matter. Thank you very much and wish you a nice research week. Thank you.
We thank you to Professor Faule. I would like to ask Dr. Gugu Moche, who's the Group Executive for Digital Transformation, and our great partner, the NRF. Thank you.
Whilst we are dealing with just a slight challenge, good morning. My name is Gugu Moche, and currently serve as the acting deputy CEO, not the acting CEO, but the acting deputy CEO at the NRF, but also I'm responsible for digital transformation. And it's just a coincidence that digital transformation is not cooperating. Can I bring my laptop and connect with that? Okay, good morning again. Without any waste of time, maybe let's talk a little bit in terms of what the mandate is. And the mandate was first, maybe before I do this, I even forgot to greet again, to greet the VC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the presentation by Professor Musweta, and obviously our online presentation. What one was asked to do is to address the question as shown, supporting research that transform building pathways from knowledge to societal benefits. And the focus should be on how the NRF aligns its funding and strategy to ensure that research translates into meaningful societal outcomes. So the idea here, or at least coming from what is requested, is to then show to what extent is the National Research Foundation showing translation of the research that it funds and even performs into meaningful societal outcomes. So just very briefly, to those that don't know the NRF or know the NRF beyond the funding, but NRF, just our legislative mandate, it's two ways. NRF is both a funder, but also as a research performer. And I know that most of us know the NRF as the funder, but it's also as a research performer. And this conversation will then show how it then shows the outcomes of research in both spaces. As a NRF, as a funder, what the first part is, it's anchored on creation of HCD, human capacity development, and that it does through funding. And the second part is the part where it's charged with ensuring that it's maintaining the national research facilities. And this is the part where it actually then acts as a research performer, and we'll look a little bit briefly about that. But it says that it's not enough to do human capacity development. It's not enough to provide national research facilities. That is also required to ensure that there's public awareness of science and hence science engagement through its Agency for Science and Technology Advancement, also known as SASTA. And finally, how does it ensure the promotion and the development and maintenance of our national system of innovation? And again, very briefly, it does this by anchoring itself on an acronym that is TIES for Impact, where the TIE is for Transformation, Innovation, Excellence, Sustainability, and all that it says to what end, and it's the part that we'll talk a little bit today, which is impact. So in essence, if you think about it, it says, how do we resource for impact? I think Prof. Musweta talked to us a little bit about the challenges that we are facing in terms of funding. And then the question then becomes, what is the research that is performed for, to what end? And I think she was also very quick to remind us that this does not presuppose that there shouldn't be any blue sky research, but I think she was then saying to us to say there must be a story behind the research that we perform and the research that's funded, hence the focus on impact. And this, as I conclude that part of the slides, is done through certain strategic levers, but I think the ones that I want to emphasize for the purpose of today's engagement is funding for impact. And that is then to say, how do we ensure that there's impact in what's funded? This is the part where I said NRF is also a research performer, and this it does through the national facilities. For example, for astronomy and radio astronomy, that happens in SAAO and Sarao. And then you have particle physics that produces isotope for therapeutic purposes, and that happens in Itemba Labs. And the environmental observatory and and the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity are largely looking at environmental issues. And how has the NRF then configured itself? For one, it has redesigned itself in ways that it then introduced dedicated parts that deal with innovation and impact, but also introduced the parts that respond to how do we deal with what we see as lack of parity in the system, and particularly looking at HDIs, universities of technologies, and new universities. But it also has said that how do we then ensure that we also bring additionality into the funding, and therefore the introduction of business advancement, whose job is to ensure that it brings additionality in terms of resourcing the mandate. The HCD pipeline is one that says, how do we then move from funding of next generation all the way up to what we see as strategic science missions. And the strategic science missions, these are your SACHIs, your COEs, your national institutes, to actually innovation support. And with focus on impact, the question becomes, how do we look at this HCD and rethink it in ways that it allows for tracking of impact? And maybe let's start talking about impact. On societal impact, what this journey at the NRF is doing is to say that how do we think of impact? How do we then say that we are funding research that we can then begin to say it's impactful? And for that, we had sat down and reflected on what's happening everywhere else. And you will note that, for example, in the UK, they have instigated their National Research Impact Exercise in 1986 by introduction of the Standardized University Research Assessment Exercise. And we're not saying that this is what we're supposed to do. We're just saying that internationally, especially if you're working with your collaborators, if you're applying for research instruments internationally, the issue of impact is always going to be coming in. It comes in terms of how you planned for research, what is happening with what you then hope to show eventually as your outcome. So I think that it is imploring us to move from actual outputs to start talking about outcomes and eventually talking about impact, right? If you look, for example, also in what's happening in around Germany, US, and that's in the previous slides, again, you'll see that the issue around impact is what's required. So what did we do? And I know that I'm moving with the speed of light, but what did we do? Note that, and I know you can't read, I'll just sort of summarize this. Note that what this is designed to do is to say, pause and look at your instruments. And your instruments in ways that you're starting to say, let's think about impact a priori in ways that you plan for impact. And if I take, for example, one of our instruments, the SACHI initiative, you will note that the questions in terms of design start with what should you be thinking about in terms of support, all the way up to how would you then track impact, and be it or impact in terms of policy, be it impact in terms of knowledge impact, be it impact in terms of social impact, but how do we then think about this in the design of the instrument in ways that you plan for impact, right? And so, what defines, in this case, societal impact, right? And notice that we are not looking at social impact, societal impact independent of knowledge impact. But what is societal impact in this case? We're thinking of it as the value that research adds to society across various spheres, whether social, economic, or environmental. That societal impact reflects the direct or indirect relationship between research or research process and improvement in the quality of people's lives, inclusive of innovation, technology, advancement, improved sustainability, and policy developments. And again, emphasis again being on the improvement of the quality of people's lives, and hence our vision, research for a better society. But regardless of that, we are supposed to be, our R&D support is supposed now to be in around 1.6, but we are currently sitting at 0.6% of the GDP. So if we're going to take, or if money is taken, for example, to support research, it has to be that indeed the issue of improvement of the quality of people's lives is right at the center of it. Again, notwithstanding the fact that there's blue sky research. And why focus on societal impact? Of course, to improve lives, to account for the use of public funds, and also to learn how to advance impact, right? And we note that this is not a new type of a question, but rather a nuanced one, right? And if you're saying what journey did we take as the NRF, we engaged quite a bit in the sector, but also the focus on impact again. We look at that not as a newer element, that is important indeed to increase the positive benefits that research has on society, that by introducing assessment both ex ante and ex post, and we'll talk a little bit about what this means, that we are saying maybe this is the way that we should be thinking about it, but most importantly, communicating impact stories. We see that as vital to the value of research, right? So to that end, what we did, there's an impact framework that was created, that was consulted widely, that is now working with USEF, is then used as a way of saying, can we have an engagement on societal impact, but also can we say, how do we operationalize the issue of research impact? So the framework provides a context-relevant interpretation of impact and high-level impact pathways. Assessment is both ex ante and ex post, and it's explored very much at the conceptual level, right? So if you look at it, it says what should then be the philosophical underpinnings of this. First, it's grounded on the fact that impact must be planned for, that you must identify potential for research in impact in the initial phases of the research process and support the methodologies that enable impact. So the framework is not saying that is one size fits all, and it's definitely not saying cut your foot to fit a shoe, but rather to say think about it right at the inception of the research project, but also look at methodologies that will then enable impact. Right? So again, the definition that is the guiding definition we use is that it's a beneficial change in society or knowledge advancement brought about as a direct or indirect result of the research, in this case, that you support and perform. And if you look at unpacking then the impact pathway, that there are three spaces that we believe are guiding the framework. First is the sphere of control. Second is the sphere of influence. And finally is the sphere of interest. And the sphere of control is the part that says what should be the inputs, what are the activities, what are the outputs. And note that in most cases what we do, including ourselves for the longest of time, we ended up with output. We can tell you precisely how many students we have funded. We can tell you how many researchers we have funded. We can tell you the patents. We can tell you all this data that describes, but does not that names, but does not begin to describe what the outcome then should be. So your input basically is just, again, your resources, invested into the knowledge enterprise, and your activities is describing what actions should be taken either directly or indirectly to advance new knowledge. And your outputs are your research products, your publications, your new knowledge, your policy briefs. And again, in most cases, that's where we end. And the data tells us that for us as a country, we are not short of outputs. We have excellent outputs. We compare favorably with countries that have similar GDPs, that for some time, especially in the continent, now we are second to Egypt, that actually we were producing quite a bit. But again, you look at the issues that we are challenged with, be it energy, be it health, you then ask yourself, is there a time where we will actually move into the part where there's outcome, where then we start looking at the application, uptake, or use of outputs in ways that we then transcend from outputs to outcome with the intention then of then starting to interrogate impact. And so the impact part is the part that says what is the beneficial change in society or knowledge advancement brought about, again, as a direct or indirect result of the research supported or the interventions. So the framework is saying that impact is not a short-term outcome, that is a long-term type of activity, but again, it has to be planned for. And again, we have to move a little bit beyond just outputs to the point where the outcomes then become what we start looking at, so that we can then begin to start having conversations about impact. So if you're thinking of assessment along the pathway, you will note that for input, the impact statement is where we believe the research proposal out should then talk about when you're talking about the potential impact. So when we do assessment, because now you will start to see in most of the instrument, the issue of impact is then embedded. Impact statement, unpacking along the impact, unpacked along the impact pathway. It's something that we assess, and how you will engage with the community, and how interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity will then be embedded. So in terms of your activity, of course, it's how your activities will be taken through, be it to conduct research, be it engage research. And in terms of outputs, again, your usual outputs, but again, it's the part where the outcome then becomes the part that then says, how do I move from the first part, where is the input, to the part where you are now beginning to say, this is how we will then begin to see outcomes coming out of the research performed. And again, in most cases, largely because of how we are funded, we end up in output. We have produced so many output units. Our per capita is X, we describe, and we do an exceptional job as a sector doing that. But in most cases then, the transition into the outcome is very much short of. And finally, I think the part that we also need to transition to is the part of impact, right? So the impact statements, how would you then say, what should I be looking for if I'm looking for, or at least to be guided at, to say, what should I be looking at? And we call it 7 C's of impact. And this is what the challenge is, what the communities should be that will be engaged with, what will be the channels of communication, and how the data will be captured and even shared. What are the contexts? What's the constituencies for the communities? And these are the things that we believe are basic as you then think a little bit about what the impact statement should then be. So if you were to look at the impact, it's basically addressing the why, who, and the how, and the what, and where the channels, communication, and capture is how the research will be communicated. The who is what communities will be engaged with, and the why, of course, is the challenge that's being addressed. We have also introduced the engaged research framework, which has been there for a while, but the engaged research then also begins to help with saying how do we then ensure that we also engage meaningfully with communities. So your engaged research enhances the opportunity for impact. It also carries out across the entire research pathway. So you will note that some we've actually put out a call where the focus was on engaged research. But again, the issue is what Prof. Mosweta was actually asking us to reflect on mutual benefit as you actually are engaging with communities. Case studies, what we also have been doing is to ask, and Yusuf is also doing this, it has put up a call for impact case studies. You will note that if you go to the website, we're starting to put the case studies on the website, just as a way of using case studies as a vehicle for providing verifiable evidence, right? And again, the case studies must show impact already achieved, not planned for, but already achieved. And it must indicate the research underpinning the societal impact achieved. Because what we have seen in some of the submissions, and I'll talk about the Impact Award that was now it's on its second year of implementation. You see that the submissions are largely on the planned impact, but not so much on the impact that's been achieved. So in terms of assessing the impact case studies, again, is consider both the significance and the reach of the impact achieved. Where the reach basically refers to how wide the impact is in relation to the potential area of applicability. And note that in this case, it is not just purely geographic assessment, or it's not just about the absolute numbers of beneficiaries, but rather the question is to what extent potential beneficiaries has actually been or have been reached. And the significance part refers to how much of the difference the research impact has made and how important this difference is. It is about the degree to which the impact has enabled, enriched, influenced, informed, or changed the performance. And again, it's not a theoretical framework. It is largely how much of a difference has been made. So if you look at reach and significance, you will note that whereas these are largely maybe qualitative criteria, we also consider quantitative measurables, which then where evidence becomes crucial. Right. Do we have examples? Yes, on the first implementation of the Impact Award, we looked at particularly our long-term instruments and the centers of excellence and the SACHI chairs are such examples because they show research exercise that spans over a period of time. And the three finalists that were considered was, for example, the Center of Excellence in Human Development. And note that this one was created basically as an innovative community training research collaboration, which basically recruits youth from Soweto. And what was submitted, it basically was showing how this was achieved. The second one was SACIMA, which again is also a center of excellence in epidemiological modeling and analysis. And again, it's an innovative research that shows significant contributions to the understanding of HIV, TB, and HPV, for amongst others. Right? And the one that actually was considered as the winner for the inaugural Impact Award was the Center for TB Research that actually have shown how the center has created technologies that not only assess, but that are preventative, that are necessary for diagnosis, but also how communities have been engaged, but also how in some instances there were spin-offs. As a research performer, one of the things that was done was then to see in those areas that were shared earlier on, where the NRF is responsible for the national facilities, what do we see? For example, for the biodiversity arm of our national facilities, the managing of aquatic invasions in our country is one such example. For particle theory of treatment for cancer, Itemba Labs, production of isotopes is such example. But also during COVID, actually, the Sarao, I know that at some point we talked a little bit because we worked with our colleagues next door, but the ventilators that then were used were actually an offshoot coming from Sarao. And with that, then the question becomes, should we be looking at this? And I think the Professor Moswetsa was then again clear that we should move beyond numbers. Our numbers are good stories. They tell stories of transformation. They tell stories of performance. They tell stories of expenditure. They tell stories of students that are produced. But at the end of the day, are we then transforming? Are we then actually producing impact that is transforming lives? And from the NRF, I think that's exactly what we're doing. And as I conclude, these are some of the initiatives that are at play that ensures that there's a proper infrastructure that actually ensures that the agenda for impact is moved forward. That on one hand is how do we engage with the sector to make sure that our emerging researchers and our next generation are actually understanding this. And VC, I must say, at our second Next Generation and Emerging Researcher Symposium that we just came from, there was active participation from the University of the Next Generation and Emerging Researchers. But again, the questions really are around how do you create a platform for our next generation and our emerging researchers for understanding of impact, for thinking about questions that will help as they craft their questions, but also nationally, the issue of institutes. We have now the Institute of Pandemics Preparedness and Prevention, and it's intended to say, how do we get ourselves as a country situated in a way that when pandemics hit, that we are prepared, that we are not caught, for lack of a better word, napping as maybe when COVID hit. That there's also research data that is made available, and I think it was Prof. Moswetsa who was saying it's the new prime commodity research data. And so once we are sort of pushing the agenda for impact, we are also saying, is the infrastructure ready to support that? And maybe at this point, Chair, let me pause.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Moshe. I think your talk and Prof. Moswetsa's kind of informed each other indirectly, and that all the new programs that are ongoing now will help us also in reframing those research questions you were asking us, Prof. Moswetsa. We're going to take a quick tea break, but before that, we would like to do a group photograph. We'll do a good photograph here with the speakers, and then we would like to do with all the participants just outside with the speakers. So if we could just quickly, I'm gonna ask Sean to come and assist me, and the photographer, so that we can get the speakers and some of our guests here to do the group photo, and then we will move outside in the quad area and do the group photo also. Thank you.
be outside that side where the background of
So
that.
many cars. It's not gonna work, and it's a long way. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I'm calling them. I would also like All right, thank you, colleagues. I think we should move ahead with the program. I need a bell. Ding, 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 ding. All right, I would like to invite Jacqueline Friedenthal from the Science and Tech. She's a Science and Technology Counselor at the Swiss Embassy. If she is in the room, oh, there you are. Thank you. Do you got a presentation?
It should be here.
Let me just check if it's there.
Wait. It's there. I need to get it there.
It's online, madam.
But I can't see it.
Done. Done.
It's not there. Oh, there it is. How do I go? Can I not use this?
Yes, you can use this one.
Okay. Yeah, I think we start now. My name is Jacqueline Friedenthal. I'm the Science and Technology Counselor at the Embassy of Switzerland in South Africa. And I've been that since 2010. And before that, I was working for the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Although I'm working in science diplomacy, my master's degree is in public health. So I'm very much a public health person as well. So today I'm going to talk about the collaboration between Switzerland and South Africa. It started long ago. You can see in this slide as the previous Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Mandela, together with the State Secretary for Education, Research and Innovation in Switzerland, Kleiber, who last year passed away, but he was really the driver behind our collaboration. Okay. Can talk a lot. So I'm working for what is called the Department of Education, Research and Innovation in Switzerland. And typically in my role, it is to bring the two countries together, the universities, science councils, from negotiations, from collaboration, networking, research projects. So it covers the whole spectrum. It covers all the projects, all the domains, and it's required that you have a deep knowledge of both systems. That is what we do as a science and technology counselor. And you operate on the premise of science diplomacy. I'm sure you all have heard about the science diplomacy capital for Africa. The idea was taken from the Geneva Anticipator for Science Diplomacy in Switzerland. So the collaboration between Switzerland and South Africa in science diplomacy is rather deep. We work under formal funding instruments. Between the Swiss National Science Foundation and the National Research Foundation, we do joint research projects. Recently, not so recently, during COVID times, a lead agency agreement was signed between the SNSF, Swiss National Science Foundation, and the NRF. It was quite a unique moment in time for Switzerland. It was the first time that they signed an agreement, a leading agency agreement, beyond the borders of Europe, and South Africa was the first country that they signed it with. So we're very proud of that. And what makes it so unique is that the two countries allows each other to biannually decide what must be funded in the research projects. So Switzerland, what makes me proud to work for Switzerland is that they really trust the science system of South Africa, full trust in it. And if you know the Swiss, you will know that trust is the premier for all their interactions. So this, allow me to mention that this trust has resulted that one of the biggest family foundations in Switzerland, the Botna Foundation, has now trusted the NRF with their full funding for Africa. Now, if that doesn't tell a story, then I don't know what will tell a story. So we also have the Swiss Leading House for Africa, they with the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute. What does this mean? In 2008, Switzerland decided to expand their collaboration beyond Europe for bilateral research collaboration. So I think it was 5 countries, basically the BRICS countries. Singapore was included, and South Africa, of course. And then they look at their universities. You've got ETH Zurich, you've got EPFL, you've got University of Basel, Lugano, and then they say, okay, where's the strength of those universities? And we twin them with South Africa to grow the collaboration from a bottom-up approach. So our leading agency in Switzerland is was the University of Basel. Why? Because life sciences is so strong there. And what is South Africa got to offer? Life sciences. At that point in time, we're talking 2004. At that point in time, our biodiversity, bioeconomy, then bioeconomy we only had the biotechnology strategy in South Africa. Now we have the bioeconomy. That was the lead attraction and why they twin us with the University of Basel. And there's a lot of institutional collaborations that's happening. Sadly to say, I think we can really strengthen the Nelson Mandela and Swiss collaboration. We will do that. So what I'm going to talk about is our 3 areas of collaboration. We've got education, research, and innovation. We'll start with education. So we've got scholarships per year. We always had 15 from 1962 to 2023. It has been reduced to 10, not only for South Africa, across the globe. So 10 scholarships per year for every African country. It's not only South Africa. Switzerland operates in all the African countries when it comes to their scholarships globally. So the scholarships is currently open, and I really encourage you to apply through the Science and Technology Office. I think that is a great opportunity that is there. Then we've got what is called the joint research projects. And I think this is sort of the heartbeat of our collaboration, and you can see that the funding is quite big. So the data years 2008 to 2020, and we operate in the areas then, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, clean technology, sustainable systems, astronomy and big data, and social sciences. Social sciences is a big area of collaboration between Switzerland and South Africa. Yeah, I'm always fighting for the STEM subjects as well, because I think South Africa is not only about social sciences. I think there's a lot to be offered in the same STEM areas, but yeah, let's see. So interesting, let me think. So then, following on to 2020 is now the lead agency agreement that I spoke upon earlier. So far, there has been 16 projects supported between the 2 countries. And the funding, it is coming down. I see that. I'm also trying to visit the projects to see what is happening in the projects. We also did a publication on impact. What was the impact of the South African-Swiss collaboration? Probably come there. But if I go back to this slide, what is happening now is that most of the collaborations is in social sciences. And I ask myself the question, why is that happening? And I ask Switzerland, why is it happening? Now, remember, Switzerland is a bottom-up country, so they don't really interfere. One thing is for certain, no project will be approved if it's not based on excellence. It just won't happen. The whole country is geared towards excellence. And I know that NRF working in the same direction. And what is also unique about our collaboration is that a project cannot be supported unless they twin with a historically disadvantaged country. It's not possible. They can't do that. So that's one of the criteria. I don't think I've included the research chairs here, but allow me to dwell upon that. So in 2010, I started talking to Rumila at the NRF, and I said, you know what, we really need to do a research chair. Now, Switzerland don't have research chairs, right? And you can't move that Titanic. If Switzerland has got a policy direction and it's working, you can't move it. That is how it took us 5 years. No, that was the one problem. The other problem, the NRF did not have a policy for joint research chairs, for bilateral research chairs. It doesn't exist. So we're sitting with the Titanic in Switzerland, and we're sitting with the NRF that doesn't have bilateral research chairs. So it took 5 years to get the first bilateral research chair through the system, and that was 2015. So I'm very proud to say that Switzerland was the first country that did a bilateral research chair with South Africa, and today I think you've got quite a few of bilateral research chairs. And that one was environmental health, and recently we've done one in blockchain, but that was also a mountain. Now the South African side is sorted, but Swiss still don't have the instruments, so it's a bit difficult. But one thing what I'm busy advocating to Switzerland is that if you look at South Africa, what we do in this country, we put a lot of our money in our national priorities. And then we need to scrape out money somewhere for bilateral research collaboration. And I always say, Switzerland can easily plug into the national priorities of South Africa, because anything you're looking for, you're going to find it there. If it's not in a research chair, you're going to find it in a center of excellence. You're going to find it somewhere in the SKA, a large infrastructure. So I also think if you look at the GDP per capita, the money that's spent on gross research for expenditure for research and development and the GDP, I think you can double the money if you let bilateral research plug into existing national priorities, because that's also where you get your A-rated researchers, you get your excellence there. And I think it could be a smart way of dealing with funding, because if you look at this slide, the South African side of funding is coming down. And it's because our GDP is the expenditure on research is coming down, and obviously it's going to impact on the bilateral research collaboration. But I think this can be rectified. Then in innovation, this is also again, 2010 was the first time we started innovation collaboration, and it was, who did we start with? It was the Technology Innovation Agency, but they were only launched that year in 2010. Maybe we just did it solo. I was there, but I can't remember now. So we started that, and it was only in biotechnology. And this has grown, and if you look at the innovation collaboration with the international, with the foreign countries in South Africa, I think again Switzerland has set the benchmark there. We've got from 2008 to 2021, we had 931 alumni. We had 172 through the advanced workshops, and 85 venture leaders went to Switzerland. Now, you must remember, this time, there was no such thing. I mean, TIA was only established in 2010. So I think it's, again, a remarkable achievement between Switzerland and South Africa in growing innovation. And in 2017 to 2021, we had the AIT. What is the AIT? It's the Academia Industry Training Program that's now running across various countries. Switzerland has got this program globally in the UK, all this London, no, that is London, BRICS countries, I'll explain just now. And there we have got about 40 alumni, and already 10 businesses has been established. Then we do innovation challenges, and I'm really keen to do one with Nelson Mandela University. It's always fun, and the students, see, I've got children at university, that's why I say the children, the students really enjoy it, and it's a nice kickstart for collaboration with not too much money. You can achieve a lot. You know, I've seen over the years, even when I was at DSTI, you don't need big pots of money to achieve something. You can start small. So we do, currently we now, hopefully on the 25th, no, definitely on the 25th of September, we will sign an MOU between Switzerland, the NRF, and Technology Innovation Agency to run our innovation programs. And that agreement will include African countries, all the other African countries as well, including Nigeria. We will work, we've got close collaboration with Nigeria in innovation as well. And blockchain, clean techs, what is SDH? MedTech. I don't know what I wrote here. But anyway, I want to stand a few seconds still on blockchain. If you look at the middle picture on this slide, this was an innovation hackathon with the University of ETH Zurich and South Africa. So what we're trying to do now is building collaboration on an ecosystem approach. So we've done blockchain, right? We've done the advocacy, we've done the research chair, we do the innovation challenges, and there's also a CVVC, that is a fund, a VC venture capitalist that has put up a shop in Cape Town. So you cover the entire ecosystem. 2 months ago, we had at the University of Cape Town, with the University of Zurich, a blockchain summer school. And we really want to rotate it so it can be at each university every year, a different university every year. And in that summer school, 15 different countries participated. And it was funded by Switzerland, all their sponsorships. How did they do that? So if you know blockchain, it's built on protocols, and these protocols forms the basis. It's a bit like medicine when you have the protein that for the research, the blockchain has got the protocol to build it on. And they then want these students, or they want blockchain innovators to use their protocols, and that's how it then get funded. I'm telling you because I always thought, where do they get all this money? Because it's quite expensive. Now that is what we try to do there. Then you look at our scientific collaboration partnerships. For those in the room, and I'm sure it's all of you that is in academia, this is quite impactful because that's one of the indicators measuring of joint collaboration. And this is the joint publication by authors with their South African counterparts. So you can see there's been an exponential growth in the Swiss-South African collaboration in terms of publications. When we launched the first call for joint research projects in 2008, I was still with DSTI, we had 4 applications. We had to relaunch the call. It was at that level at that point in time. So you can see it really has grown. And that is what, I think when you measure then science diplomacy, how do you know that your job is successful? This is one indicator when you see this growing. This is our African collaboration. This is now what is happening in between Switzerland and Africa. So these are the different universities in Switzerland. Let me tell you that Switzerland have got only 2 government universities, which is called EPFL, which is in the French part of Switzerland, and ETH Zurich, which is in the German part of Switzerland. And they are called technical universities, but they also top ranking in Europe and in the world. So they're very top-notch universities. And then they have universities of Geneva, different. Then the rest is cantonal universities. You have, in every canton, you have not every canton, big cantons. You have a university because there's 25 cantons, 25 provinces in Switzerland. There's about 8 universities. Then they have universities of applied sciences. Universities of applied sciences cannot give degrees. They twin with a big formal university to give degrees. And then the heartbeat of Switzerland is obviously their vocational education and training. I just want to tell you a little bit about that, but because I don't have a slide on it. Only 33% of Swiss students go to university. Only 33%. At the age of 14, it gets decided based on their results at university if they're going to TVET college or they're going to university. 14, 15, 16. If they, 14. If they don't perform, you go, if you don't perform academically, you go to a vocational education and training. The status of vocational education and training has got the same value as a university in Switzerland, exactly the same value, the same respect, the same statue as a university. And that's the economic success of Switzerland, not universities, but their vocational education and training. That is the economic success. A hairdresser in Switzerland, same status as a doctor, PhD, same, no difference. I don't know what I've done with these slides, but I don't know, it's now, okay, now I see what I've done. So, who was it the other day? The ambassador, it was the Swiss National Day. Now that's like 300-400 people, right? So he's on the podium, and the next minute all his papers got deurmekaar, messed up. He's sitting there, he says, oh, I've lost my papers, so I can say I've lost my slides here. So Gugu, coming to you, you ask what is the innovation on when we do research, what is the impact? So in 2018, we did a study of all our 64 projects. In fact, we wrote a book about it, big fat book. And any case, in that questionnaire, consulting with every single professor in Switzerland, every single one in South Africa, what is it that you have achieved in your joint research projects? So per topic, you know, communal, non-communal, climate change, social science, big data, sustainable systems. Did you achieve innovation achieved? There was innovation. Innovation achieved in South Africa, yes, that's the blue line. Was your IP protected? That is the Swiss IP. Was your South African IP protected? I'm not so sure if this is always the case. Let me tell you a story. When I started with Switzerland in 2010, off I go to KwaZulu-Natal. There was a fantastic project there, urine diversification. I don't know if you've ever seen about that. It's a sanitation project. And they did the research. The research was done at KwaZulu-Natal University. Today, you were there with me, there's a fully fledged business in Switzerland where they've developed a fertilizer on this. Where is the South African joint IP in that? So I don't know if our IP is always very well. And you know, I'm working for Switzerland, but both countries are equally important to me. I mean, if you work for 15 years for one country. So the same I can say, if a project here, where's the IP of Switzerland? So I don't think we're so good in protecting the IP of both parties. It's an equal, it's a joint project, joint relationship. So I think the NRF needs to strengthen that component a little bit. But this one was not an NRF project, I must add. It wasn't. It was something outside. I don't know how that thing was funded. Okay. And then this is close to my heart. So what we do, another impact. So this project is super interesting. This is in Eastern Cape, Chris Hani District Municipality, where we do this. So if you see this water pump, now remember we have Swiss innovations that's coming to South Africa innovators that's coming to Switzerland, exchanges. This lady with this pump came to South Africa in 2017, the solar water pump, right? Because this is now under our innovation projects. Now, last year, end of 2023, we've connected 2 villages with water, right? If we take this Eastern Cape project a little bit further, I'm telling you now, if we have the right model, we can actually connect every village to clean water because we put a filter on it. And the collaboration in the project is with the municipality, the local authority, The councillor, this lady who's holding the pump here, is the councillor in the village. I mean, I was there, I was part of the project, part of the implementation. And they actually built the reservoir themselves. So let me tell you another story. I like stories. So off to Eastern Cape I go. Now the community say, no, the water must come from this little stream. I mean, you know, the Eastern Cape, they've got these little streams because the water is seasonal. I said, it can't happen. It can never happen. No, they insist. I said, okay, God help me. We're going to do this. They then, the community built the reservoir, right? And the next minute, that water from the mountain came up. The trucks came. Big trucks coming now to fetch the water. That thing is still, I must actually go back now, but as far as I know, it's still flowing. The municipality did all the water piping. We then put up JoJo tanks, take the water from that little community-built reservoir up to the JoJo tanks, put the GDM, gravity-driven membrane, onto it, and there's clean water now for the community. Not perfect, but they're not drinking river water anymore. In Venda, we did the same, but there we worked with a borehole and we worked with a French company. What needs to be done, what's lacking on the project is the deep research, because we just did there, right? The deep research is really lacking. Which model is the best? Which one can work? See, this is the Venda one, and this was a French, this guy, Moussa, with the orange thing on. He's the engineer on the project. This guy's just absolutely brilliant. And he designed this whole water system. And next to him is my ambassador, Mirko Manzoni. So I took the ambassador there and we launched the project, and it was a big party with the king. We work a lot with traditional leadership, with the Tulamela District Municipality and Papuli Development Trust. So we really try to take research to ground level. I think it helps because I'm a South African. I've studied environmental health, and I think, you know, if you're just coming to a country for 4 years, it's difficult to go so deep into the things. So yeah, that's very, very rewarding. What is here? Okay. And then what we do is we have high-level government meetings. In this photo is the federal councillor, Parmelin. Now, Switzerland only have 7 ministers, right, for the whole country. They've got a rotating president. Every year is a new president out of that 7. And no president can make decisions unless the other 6 has also agreed to it. So I call them a super minister because under him you will have the science and technology state secretary. But it's the same level as Minister Nzimande, exactly the same level. But they call a state secretary because you got the super guy at the top. Okay, and then in the other photo, we had the Parliamentary Committee for Science and Technology that went to Switzerland 2023. That was a big success. So yeah, that is also what we do as these high-level delegations come in, go, and in and out between our 2 countries. We do conferences, events, workshops, connecting. So you can see it's quite diverse how Switzerland collaborate. And if you look in this brochure that you have of this program today in front of you, the first page, you won't see any other country there, but you will see Switzerland there. And that makes me very proud that we're there. When a university calls us, when we get a request, we're there. We don't sit still, we move. And we're only 2 in the office, but we do it. Just a little bit on our Africa collaboration. I don't know how Switzerland has done that, but they call it the lion countries. I think I actually took it out because I could never understand why. You see the lion in the middle, it's there. But I don't know why they call it the lion countries, but these are the countries they gave priority to for collaboration. Although we work in all the countries, I know that we're active in Cameroon. We have now in the delegation, the incoming, that's also why I need to leave today. We're busy with the G20 and all of that. The incoming delegation has got one on the members of staff, a person representing EPFL. EPFL is now one of those super universities in Switzerland, and they've got what is called the 100 PhDs for Africa. They are enormously active in Africa. And as far as I can remember, is that program was funded by somebody in Cameroon. I just want to make the connection between why I say Cameroon. Especially with the Francophone countries, you can imagine with the French speaking and this. And that. But we really want to strengthen our African footprint. We haven't, I think it can be much. Interesting thing is the state secretary that's coming down, they've developed a new protocol, and that is to extend collaboration, to increase collaboration between Africa and India, Swiss and Africa, India and Switzerland. Why is that? I don't have a reason, I can't tell you, but I think it's the geopolitical shift that's taking place. So all that impact how countries collaborate with each other. It's got an enormous impact on how collaboration, although Switzerland is neutral, but the most fascinating thing about this country is she's coming here today, in 2 weeks' time, to discuss how do we expand collaboration with Africa and India. Let me tell you now, the vision is for 20 years from now. This is how they operate. It's not for tomorrow. She will not be in that position anymore, but it's always a 20-year window, 20-year window. It's fascinating. Yeah, this is not, I think, the Swiss TPH is like our medical research council, but with the budget of the NRF, you know, it's massive. And why did I put them on? Because they've got a very big Africa footprint, as well as a very big South African footprint. And they were, the University of Basel was then, they were then made the leading house for South Africa, taken away from the University of Basel. When I didn't ask why, because it doesn't really matter. And in any case, it's now the Swiss TPH. And here you can see how big is their footprint of collaboration only in South Africa. So they're the lead. I've spoken a little bit, but I think I'm nearly done. Yeah, this is my last slide. So the leading house, I work very closely with them because they get funding from Switzerland, from my department, to do the bottom-up projects. So everything we do, we basically do together. So they also work in research and innovation and projects and stuff. Yeah, I think that is basically it in terms of the Swiss-South African collaboration. Big mouthful.
You'll be back soon for questions. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to our last speaker for this morning's session, and that's Dr. Yazira Ismail from Stellenbosch University.
You have to do enable content first. Oh no, my computer's not connected now. Okay, you guys hold this for me. I will try and get my computer quickly.
So good.
I don't know. It's frozen again. Okay, let me go.
A laptop, mama. Laptop. Okay, bamba kanjani? Yazixova. Cela ifaka.
This one.
Gee, I got it. Okay. It's okay. I got very good.
No.
Must be a bit. Let me check it. Who's three? Composition. Building agriculture.
If not, you can use my computer.
Oh, it is working, but just
There you go.
Regional.
not on the thing.
Nothing. But you can use my computer if you want.
What? Label building Africa. Bishop Inshiva. Let's change the laptop.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm sorry for the delays. So we're up and running again. Good morning to everyone. So I'm going to be touching on the last theme, which we heard about this morning, which is quantum frontiers. And specifically, I'm going to unpack the quantum landscape and introduce you to record-breaking research that was done right here in South Africa in the field of quantum communication by means of implementing the first quantum satellite link in South Africa. So this is record-breaking, groundbreaking research that was done right here in South Africa. And I hope that throughout my presentation, I will introduce you to the different research areas in quantum in South Africa to spark your interest as well. So just to give you some details, so I am from Stellenbosch University and I head the Q-Photonics lab. And the Q-Photonics lab was responsible for the implementation of the first quantum satellite link in South Africa. And I hope that we'll be able to spark some collaboration between NMMU and my research lab so that we can further advance quantum in the country and also in all other provinces as well. So as we know, this year, UNESCO declared this year the International Year for Quantum Science and Technology because it marks 100 years since the theory of quantum mechanics. More importantly, it's also to promote the awareness of quantum technology. And when we look at promoting quantum technology, not just to academics, but to everyone. And the aim is to promote quantum technology to raise awareness of how quantum plays a role in everyday life. And so I had the extreme honor of being invited to be a panelist at the opening ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology that took place at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And one of my focus areas at this esteemed event was how to develop linkages on the African continent. And one of the points that really came across at this event was inclusivity in terms of quantum technology. And we really need to make sure that all countries are involved in the development of quantum technology. All countries have some form of a quantum strategy, and that quantum technology must not only be dependent and come out from the global north. And this was a very strong focus at the opening ceremony, that we do have to diversify our offerings and ensure there's inclusivity in even this technology, because we cannot create a quantum divide as well. So there's a strong focus. And so throughout this year, I have been very passionate about spreading the research that is taking place in South Africa. And the reason why is we want to create connections on the African continent. And so it was already alluded to that indirectly we use quantum mechanics every day. But I would like to just maybe highlight how and why. Well, at this moment, we are in the second quantum revolution. The first quantum revolution brought us the technologies such as lasers, diodes, and transistors. You cannot actually even visit the supermarket without encountering a scanner because you have to check out your items. That was only possible because of the development of quantum mechanics. We use computers every day, but the transistors was only possible because of the development of quantum theory as well. And so you indirectly use technology that is very much governed by the laws of quantum physics. We indirectly use it, we don't realize it. Importantly, however, is the technology of the first quantum revolution has led to technology that is currently emerging technology or being developed, and that's the second quantum revolution. Everyone in the audience have probably at some point heard the technology quantum computing. I think it's the most well-known of the three pillars of quantum technology, but there's also quantum communication and quantum sensing. So if we look at quantum computing, it's basically the ability to process information much faster than currently possible with classical computers. But it's not going to be a general ideology, right? So it's going to be able to perform certain tasks better that classical computers cannot. So it's not going to replace your current classical computer. Okay? It's only going to be able to perform certain tasks much better and faster. Then you have quantum sensing, which is more precise ways of performing measurements. And an example of that would be going towards GPS-free aided navigation. And so that's where the direction of research is going. And the last one is quantum communication, which is looking at secure ways to protect information. And this is looking at information, any information that you want to keep long-term secure. So your medical data, government data, the banking sector. All these sectors fall within the sectors that quantum communication would be highly applicable because you want to secure information. You do not want to wait to secure information when there is that need. You want to secure information now because what stops someone from stealing information now, waiting for a universal fault-tolerant quantum computer to come along, hack that information, have access to all that information? Because what quantum computers can do very well is factorize very large numbers. And they do so within seconds. And guess what? All our current encryption techniques are based on factorizing large numbers. So we cannot wait for a universal fault-tolerant quantum computer to come around before we start taking seriously our need to protect information. And that's where quantum communication plays a role. And so that's my area of expertise. So you'll see I'll emphasize a little bit more on communication than the other three, but I will try to do justice to all three applications. In terms of where do we see this field going? So back in 2019, I was actually part of the expert panels that we did a focus group at an international conference in Washington, where 100 experts was actually interviewed to put together this particular document, and this is the summary of the document that I show you here. And basically the aim was to see how these three pillars of technology is progressing and where we see the field progressing towards. And so the light blue, the very top, is quantum sensing. The red is quantum communication, and the dark blue is quantum computing. So we know globally there is this drive to develop a quantum internet, but the quantum internet is very much dependent on bringing all these three technologies together under one distributed network. But individually, how are these technologies evolving? The first one, which is quantum sensing, it's moving towards more precise measurements, right? So medical imaging or GPS-free aided navigation. But there's also the atomic clocks, making more precision in terms of our timing. And so this is where quantum sensing is progressing towards. Quantum communication, we're progressing towards what is known as a quantum internet. And the quantum internet is going to be this distributed network that brings all these three technologies together. Pivotal to this quantum internet is satellite links. And this is going to be very important because if we can't develop satellite links, we can't bring these three technologies into one distributed network. Currently, in terms of quantum computers, we're in this regime of noisy intermediate scale gate-based quantum computers, and you don't have to remember that, it's quite a mouthful. But just know that we have NIST devices, which are noisy devices on the cloud at the moment. But what we're trying to do is move towards a fault tolerant. So what's a fault tolerant? Currently, all quantum computers are built, but they're noisy, means they're building physical qubits. And currently on the cloud, you can access 1,000 physical qubits. But because they're noisy, you can't do a lot of computation with them. In order to do actual proper computation, you need logical qubits, but you need a lot of physical qubits to create one logical qubit that's error-free. Okay, and that's when you're going to get to this fault-tolerant regime where you can get error-free qubits. Okay, so error-free without noise. So as I said, there is this global effort to develop quantum technology, and you see many countries are really investing into the development of quantum technology, and I'm proud to say that South Africa is one of them. So South Africa in 2021 have now started the spot of the development of quantum technology. Yes, it's very, if you look at the factors of funding coming from the other countries, it's still quite a small amount, but with that small amount, we really are making impact. And that's the most important thing, that even though with the resources available, we are making impact in terms of the development of quantum technology. So what is this network or framework that we're working within? Well, in 2020, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation approved the South African Quantum Technology Initiative. And basically, it's the framework in which we are all academics in South Africa working towards the development of quantum technology. So just to give you an idea of what the framework focuses on, well, we had identified from the start that we want to build the skills and critical mass. So we really want to try and build critical mass in quantum in the country. We want to create an environment where there is quantum technology uptake, and we want to fast track a quantum industry so that we can kind of create a quantum ecosystem. So at this moment, you can ask me, so who's involved in this? Well, we have our usual players, but we want to extend that. So when we started this quantum initiative, there was 5 nodes. Stellenbosch University, University of KwaZulu-Natal, WITS, UniZulu, and there was one at Namisa, but it's no more existing. But there was those nodes that started off as established centers. But the aim now is to also include emerging centers. And so you can see the green dots are potential centers that now can be part of this quantum initiative. This is what was the mandate of this initiative when it started, was to not only focus on the universities that was already doing quantum research, but to expand that to universities that may not have a fully fledged quantum program, but to bring them into the mandate of the initiative. And so I hope that NMU now joins the South African Quantum Technology Initiative. So just to give you some idea of quantum computing, I know I'm throwing around terminology, but I don't want to go into too much detail, but feel free to come and ask me questions later. So in terms of quantum computers, I said that quantum computers are currently available on the cloud. Well, who are the key game players that are making a difference in the development of quantum technology? You probably can see that, all these companies are the usual suspects, IBM, Microsoft, all developing qubit technology to develop a quantum computer. Now, we don't know which of these technologies are going to win into development of a universal fault-tolerant quantum computer, which of these technologies will scale up. All of them have their advantages and disadvantages. Without going into detail about the technology being developed, I want to say from the offset, South Africa took a decision, or the academics in South Africa took a decision when we put together this South African Quantum Technology Initiative not to build a quantum computer, because we don't have the resources to build one ourselves. However, we have put a decision in that we will obviously support the usage of these technologies that are available to us on the cloud. And so in South Africa, what we are focusing on is developing quantum software and looking at applications in which quantum computers will be most useful. Okay, and so if you have to look at this roadmap in terms of current applications, you can see that quantum computers eventually are going to affect all sectors. And it's going to play a very vital role in AI and machine learning, bringing together with quantum computers to really look at how it can affect all the different sectors. Currently, we are on the research phase where we're looking at the development of quantum software. One example that I can give you from Stellenbosch University is we're looking at how you can use machine learning together on quantum computers that are available around the cloud, so quantum machine learning, to do pulsar detection. So everyone in the astronomy field knows that pulsars are neutron stars. And so here you can use classical machine learning techniques together on a quantum computer, so quantum machine learning, to do detection of these pulsars, to do anomaly, to do feature extraction. And so this is one example where we're developing software to be applicable to different research fields, but using current quantum computers on the cloud. The other area that we are focusing on, which is quantum metrology and quantum sensing, here we're looking at more on the photon sources, so developing a technology, hardcore technology. So when we decided to put together the South African Quantum Technology Initiative, our focus was we're going to develop technology in sensing and communication, because that's where we can actually address problems where we have financial resources and the expertise to develop. And so a lot of it is developing of photon sources towards biosensors, also developing of more precise ways to develop a quantum network. But a lot of the research areas here in sensing is to do with actually developing technology that can be used in this quantum network that we aim to produce one day. I am going to introduce you to quantum communication, take you a little bit more detail into this because of the groundbreaking research that took place right here in South Africa. So in terms of quantum communication, and I know NMMU can find its place here as well, as we're focusing on free space as well as fiber-based communication. So here are the different universities that are currently working towards free space as well as fiber-based quantum communication, and NMMU will find its place here in fiber-based quantum communication with Stellenbosch University, WITS, and UKZN. CPUT as well as SU is also working on devices, so generating specific devices as in detectors for the quantum communication links. Stellenbosch University currently, and this is the research that I really want to chat to you about today or emphasize today, is we currently hold the record or the world record for the longest quantum satellite link between the southern and the northern hemisphere of 12,900 kilometers. Now, if you think that is not impressive, let me tell you that the last quantum satellite link between Austria and China was only 7,600 kilometers, and we were able to implement a 12,900 kilometer link between South Africa and China. And this was implemented last year, October, and published this year. So this is the 12,900 kilometer link. We deployed an optical ground station on the roof of the engineering building at Stellenbosch University, and we were able to track single photons from a satellite to the optical ground station. And this was a 12,900 kilometer link between Stellenbosch and Beijing. Now, why is this important? Because we need to create ultra-secure links to transfer information, right? And this is the stepping stone towards the development of a quantum network that will allow us to produce a network that is ultimately secure. But the aim is that you have to be able to implement a satellite link to create a network that will then basically incorporate into a fiber link. So here is the experiment that was implemented. So this was the first time that real-time quantum communication was implemented. Why? Because unlike previous experiments where there was a 2 to 3 day latent period in which a secure key could be produced, with this experiment we demonstrated for the first time that a key can be produced within 8 minutes of the experiment being implemented. What was the difference? In the previous experiment, the satellite, there's only 2 quantum satellites launched into the lower Earth orbit at the moment. The first satellite was doing the secure key via a microwave bandwidth, and in this particular satellite that we used was Jinan-1. It was a lightweight microsatellite. It only weighed 100 kilograms, but it used laser technology to do the bidirectional communication between the satellite and the ground station in order to allow for real-time secure key within 6 minutes of the implementation. And so we implemented this last year in Stellenbosch, and it was published in Nature this year. And we're quite proud to get a Nature publication out of it, but it was also to show the advancements. And the reason we got a Nature publication is because for the first time we showed scalability of this type of technology. A previous demonstration of a quantum satellite link between 2 countries used an optical ground station that was 13,000 kilograms. The optical ground station that we launched onto the Stellenbosch University engineering department was only 1,000 kilograms. The first satellite was 600 kilograms and had a quantum payload of 250 kilograms. This satellite was 100 kilograms with a quantum payload of only 23 kgs. So there was extreme scalability of the system that allowed us to produce a real-time quantum key distribution process of obtaining a secure key. So what did we really achieve? So I apologize that I'm not going into the details because I know this is not a research talk. But we implemented for the first time a quantum satellite link in the southern hemisphere. This is also the longest intercontinental link between two countries of 12,900 kilometers and the first quantum satellite link between the northern and southern hemisphere. Now, if we look at encryption, how do you encrypt anything? You have to have a secure key that you can use to encrypt any information, right? We were able to encrypt images that we sent across this distance between China and South Africa. But more importantly, I would like to then mention to you and emphasize one more groundbreaking result that was achieved. In South Africa, in Stellenbosch, due to the amazing environmental conditions, we were able to achieve the highest secure key of over a million bits during a single pass of the satellite over the ground station. The achievements globally was 578,000 bits during a single pass, but in Stellenbosch we got over 1 million bits. So that was the next groundbreaking result, and it was due to the ideal environmental conditions that we were able to achieve such high secure keys. I promise you, when the paper went live, I think we hit every media outlet covered the story. I even know that it's also being used in universities in France as well as India. It has been now incorporated into their curriculum where they're studying that particular paper for the advancements of quantum technology. So why is this important? And we come back to impact, and the most important thing is when we do research for impact. This quantum satellite link between Beijing and South Africa shows for the very first time that it's now possible, due to the fact that we were able to connect the southern and northern hemisphere, it is possible to develop a practical global scale quantum network. Because of the fact that the satellites only weighed 100 kilograms, we can launch many of those satellites to create a quantum constellation that will allow us to create a global quantum network. The fact that these ground stations are portable, we can deploy them at specific important key areas in order to develop this quantum network. So this is really impactful because it's going to lead to a practical global scale solution for a quantum network one day. And so we can really see the impact. Talking about research, we don't just do research to communicate information at academic level. We also want to communicate information and advocate for this technology to the public. And so I recently wrote a paper, an article for The Conversation. In mid-August it released, and it's already hit 21,000 reads. And so it really shows that this research is in fact impact, and it talks to the fact that we want to be part of this global knowledge economy in Africa. And the way we do so is we perform impactful research, and we advocate for that impactful research, and we actually reach out to ensure that that information is shared, and we then contribute. So we're not just working behind the scenes, but we're leading this development of quantum in our country. So I'm going to come to an end, but I'm going to close with this. And my take-home message from you is, if you remember nothing at all, but remember that we do want to and need to develop a quantum ecosystem in South Africa and Africa. And the way we're going to do this is if we have to build critical mass. And the way we can build critical mass is to ensure that all universities are actually focusing on the development of quantum technology, and quantum is part of their strategic plan going forward. We do need more emerging leaders to champion the development of quantum technology, and this is when we can grow the pipeline as well, because we do need to ensure that we have skills transfer along the pipeline and build our critical mass. And more importantly, in order to develop a quantum ecosystem, we have to ensure we have industry engagement, because we do want to develop quantum startups. We want to ensure that we don't only work at research level, but we also enter industry. we develop a quantum ecosystem, and we create opportunities and jobs for ourselves. We've been hearing about the unemployment rate. This is an emerging technology. If we can develop the skills and the uptake of these technologies, why not use this opportunity to also develop a quantum ecosystem? So instead of actually working for someone, you're the next quantum entrepreneur that creates jobs for other people. We're always looking at how can we improve our unemployment rate? Well, we can then start investing in emerging technology, skill sets, and education in order to allow people to then realize we have a niche which we can also create in our country. So if you don't remember anything, remember that we can do groundbreaking research right here in South Africa, and we should focus on developing a quantum ecosystem. Thank you.
While you're unplugging, yes. Thank you very much. I would like to call up our speakers. If we could do a quick Q&A with them. Dr. Moshe and Prof. Mutsweta. If you can join me in front. Yeah, you can go. You can go. I don't need it, but I don't need it, but you can come. Thank you. So I hope everyone has been listening very attentively and making notes and putting their questions together. Yeah, I also have a lot of stuff. Thank you. And Jacqueline. So I'm going to just run through some of what you shared this morning. I think from the keynote highlighting the current challenges of youth unemployment, the need for our university to think differently and do differently and be responsive to the outside and be transformative at the same time, and finding a place as an institution and an identity, and that is really important. How we share about ourselves and who do we tell, how we conduct our research, in a way that will be responsive to societal challenges. And it was really great, Dr. Moche, to see the current trajectory of the NRF. I know we work very closely with the NRF, so we kind of have a good sense of what's happening within the institution and its plans in driving research and innovation, and also capacity development, next generation of researchers. But also thinking about excellence and impact and how do we frame that for our institution. I know that has been a bit of a debate on how do we even define excellence. I know you were saying the Swiss and excellence, but also how do we define impact. And with Professor Chris Brink, all his efforts around helping universities to articulate that and to measure that as well. The exercise was a bit challenging. I think researchers aren't really. I know that when you were talking, you showed those pillars on excellence and transformation and sustainability and innovation and all of those things. And I think at the time when we are designing our proposals, we should have that pillar and look at the pillar and see what areas our research is going to respond to. And I thank you for making quantum understandable. And see you excited about how you presented that, and also to see it as an opportunity to address some of the unemployment challenges that we are facing currently. I think, I can't remember now, but somebody had mentioned that we need to be training young people now for markets that do not exist, jobs that don't exist yet. And that's a tough job, but I think it talks to opening spaces where previously people didn't have access to, and having role models. There's that social capital that needs to be provided. And I think seeing young women in these spaces is really inspiring as well. And I just want to congratulate you for also on the work that you're doing. I'm going to open the room for some comments or questions you have to the panelists. Hopefully, bullet point style, and just quickly introduce yourself and ask your question or give a comment.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is John Mashaya. I work in the international office, but of course I'm asking in my own capacity, as a researcher also. And this is an open question, and this speaks to the scourge of unemployment broadly. I mean, what's your take? My preposition is, one, it's not the job of the government to create employment, but it creates platforms that enable capital to create, different opportunities, employment, innovation, etc., and all those things. What is your assessment of trust level between those who own money? Between, for example, important decision makers? Because for me, when I look at it, it's a matter of trust deficit, where one decides not to invest, where one decides not to put money. Recently, right here in our own backyard, Goodyear is closing, 950 jobs. And if you multiply, in terms of how many people support, one salary supports how many people. And we are talking of, in fact, the auto industry is in trouble. There's a lot of murmuring, of scaling down, et cetera, and all those things. What's your assessment of trust level, between different decision makers? Because I still think money is there. It's just a matter of who has it, and do they feel that they can trust the system? And then, of course, this speaks also broadly to the different policies that we have at place. And of course, we can look at the role of the universities themselves, into the mix, what is it really that is at play? Thank you.
John, it might be good to direct the question. Or is it just a general? All of us. All of you.
By democratic vote on my left. I had actually thought that I had escaped the question and answer session. I thought someone was going to announce that there's lunch. And I was going to survive. Listen, I think it's a good question. I don't think that it's a question that is posed to us sitting here. By the way, this is the part that I love about Mandela University, that the speakers will be as diverse as all of us sitting here, right? And we will have voice as this group. So. First, it's not just government, right? It's all role players, including the private sector. And I'm glad that you have mentioned Goodyear, because sometimes it is during difficult economic times that the private sector would often take the easy way out, and often the easy way out is retrenchment. And we've seen that early 1990s, and it's happening now in the Eastern Cape. It was happening in KZN, in the clothing and textile industry, and the footwear industry, right? So I think that it is also a challenge back to the private sector. And most often as scholars, we are quick and easy to analyze the government, because maybe it's easier to do that analysis, and yet we don't ask capital the same questions, right? Good year, are we asking the right questions? Because we're going to find more and more private sector giving us the excuse that the economy is not doing well. And yet there is data that shows that private sector is also in this country withholding capital. And it also should be part of the solution. I'm not saying that all, it's a homogeneous group capital that is. There are spaces where we are finding that collaboration between universities, private sector, and government. And when the three parties come together, I think only amazing things happen for this country and the world. And we need more such collaboration. Fortunately, at the HSRC, we do amazing research. We have a longitudinal study, South Africa's attitudinal survey, right? 20 years in the making. And what you are saying has been confirmed by data. So it's not Sarah Muswetsa saying, indeed, that there is a trust deficit currently in the country. But I must also tell you, I don't know about other international spaces. I don't want to talk about other international spaces. It's not a unique thing. Right? You go to the UK, we are again talking about the trust deficit between citizens and government, or the state, right? Precisely because at some point the state has taken on particular policies that are anti-developmental. Of course, citizens are very critical towards that. How we then need to change the discourse and the understanding is ask other spaces. We are asking ourselves, sitting in this space, we are asking ourselves as universities, what is our role, right? I'm wondering whether that discussion is happening in some fancy boardrooms. Let's use the cheap analogy of Sentin. Are boardrooms currently in Sentin, and those board members asking themselves, what is our value other than profit maximization, right? Thanks.
Thank you, Yuna. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to take the perspective of maybe I've been too long working for Switzerland, but one thing, based also on my personal experience, is I think we look too much on who can help us. We need to look inward, and I give you an example, which is and sometimes we have to be open. I've got a child of 38, a man, he's a man, and he's a 3D animator. He's highly skilled. So we started, and he was retrenched because the marketing company closed. And we started looking for him for a job. And it was an absolute nightmare. It still is a nightmare. Then I said, Theo, no. We got enough skills between the two of us. We put our heads together and we do things. So you have to, I don't think the solution lies outside. And you get so desperate because I'm thinking about the joblessness, and you rely on the system. But I think a university is a unique space to create clusters of businesses. You take a person in economy, you take a person in AI, you take a person there, put them together and start running business. I think UJ is doing something like this. And I thought, what a model that is, where you bring these interdisciplinary skills together to form little businesses. And now, based on my own experience with my own child, there's so many skills that you need in today's world to run a little business. If I just think about social media, that's a minefield. I tell you, you need hazmat suits there. So I think there's so many elements to set up a business, but I think we can do it if we start looking inward and not what can deprive. Let them go. We can do this.
Thank you very much.
I will do that.
All right, so let's see if there are still some hands. So, David, so there's 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6. Okay, so we'll do 3 first, and then we'll do the next 3, okay.
Thank you, Program Director, to the management of the university, esteemed guest, and of course the floor at large. Allow me to please greet you all. My name is Sesetu Makola, and I'm a proud student of Nelson Mandela University. My question then goes to say, if the quantum computers become really powerful in the near future, to a point that it's enough to break today's encryption, how will we ensure that our personal financial data is actually kept safe? And again, of course, the issue of security, because especially with technology nowadays, it's becoming a huge issue, and it's actually a booming topic. So then I want to ask, how can we ensure is our data safe? Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you very much. Dr. Priscilla Mensah, Director for Research Development at Nelson Mandela University. I am inspired by Prof. Moswetse's presentation to be provocative, and also by Dr. Moshe, your focus on the NRF's impact. So my question is a short left, because I get very excited when I visit a doctor's practice and the doctor is a woman. And I've been thinking, you know, the NRF funds a lot of high-end research, and yet there isn't a research chair that I'm aware of, or a center of excellence that I'm aware of, or even dedicated funding by the Medical Research Council that looks at menopause research. And yet this affects 50% of the population in South Africa. So in the spirit of the week of research for a transformative Africa, what are some of the things that we need to focus on to drive research that addresses the gap in women's health in the country? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. My name is David Waswa, Director for Center for Broadband Communication. And I would like to thank Yasir for that good general information to the public. My question is, when do you foresee this technology maturing? Secondly, in 5 years' time, where do you see Africa to be in quantum computing?
Thank you, Ngaka Priscilla. I think as a country, we are not short of documents that stipulates what the priorities are, right? We have a decadal plan, which part of it is health. So I think as a country, we are not lacking in documents that guide what we research. Is what we research, right? And I think that yes, the NRFs, the HSRCs, the CSIRs will then say this is what we want to fund based on what capacity is also being targeted as to be developed. But I also think that as universities, to the point of what is it that we research, becomes important for us to also reflect on what we research, right? That actually, it's not so much as a unidirectional thing, it's more of a partnership thing. It is, this is what we see as an issue that's affecting women's health. How do we then engage with you as a funder to make sure that we support this type of focus? So I'm sort of also throwing it back at you, Ngaka Mensah, that maybe the question that's appropriate is how do we partner, now that we have seen this as a gap, how do we partner to make sure that we do that? I can share with you now that one of the things that we have been working on is funding of groups. And funding of groups is that space that we call the missing middle. It's not yet sort of you are at the high end of an established researcher, but you are definitely beyond an emerging researcher. It's that part where you might not necessarily be on a research chair yet. You might not be ready for leading a center of excellence yet. You are not, but you are certainly not an emerging researcher. So with funding for groups, what we are now focusing on as a starting point is health, energy, and with ICT as a cross-cutter. So I'm suggesting that in that view, when we engage, because we have been engaging, then that could be sort of one of the things to say. How do we then ensuring that this is a gap that's identified, engage on research that can be supported in this area? So Chair, I'm asking for a partnership kind of a model more than, hey, what are you doing to do this? This should be in the spirit of co-creation.
Thank you for the wonderful question. So I'll start off with how do we ensure our data is safe? So it's inevitable that we do need to ensure that we look at alternative ways of protecting our information. I would like to just mention before I answer your question is that when we look at quantum communication technology, it will be embedded below our current classical encryption techniques. So it will advance our current encryption techniques so we can, in the essence of one day having a universal fault-tolerant quantum computer, keep our technology safe so that information is always kept safe. But how do we as individuals? Well, you know, when we look at this, unfortunately right now, this is technology that needs to be developed, right? So it's not like our current encryption techniques where it's just software dependent. This is very much technology heavy. And so we have to advocate that our universities encourage the incorporation of quantum technology into their curriculum, because that's going to be the starting point. We really need to ensure that, and that's why I mentioned a quantum ecosystem. Until we don't advocate for education along quantum technology, we can't start developing the technology as broad-based as we do require it to be developed. Yes, there are universities and certain research groups in South Africa that are working towards this technology, and they are doing amazing research. But we want to expand that reach. And expanding that reach means incorporating all 26 universities to educate and advocate for these technologies. That will allow us to one day develop that ecosystem that will keep all our technologies safe. Because what we'll have to do is we'll have to embed quantum technology into strategic points which will keep all our current encryption techniques safe. What you don't know, you may not know, Samsung phones, some of the Samsung phones, the earlier Samsung phones, now come up with a chip that is based on a quantum random number generator. It's embedded into your phone. It's a very small chip. And that is actually also being currently used as a bottom layer for encryption in your phones right now. So the technology is not so far-fetched as you would think it to be, because there's a lot of research and development into ensuring security is protected. Okay? I hope I was able to answer, but I'm happy to chat to you even further. In terms of maturity, it's very hard to predict, but thank you, Dr. Wasa, for your question. In terms of quantum communication, I think there's much more prediction that we are able in the next 5 years to see quantum sensing and quantum communication technology maturing. If we look at quantum communication technology, there's also already fiber-based technology commercially available that you can buy off the market. So companies like in Switzerland, ID Quantique sells fiber-based solutions, which you can use to embed in your current municipal links and municipal infrastructure. But in terms of quantum computing, that's where there's a lot of unpredictability because of the fact that we are currently generating noisy-based qubits. So when the community first started at looking at the approach of developing quantum computers, they thought, okay, we can only develop noisy qubits, so let's just scale up. Currently, now they've realized we can't only focus on scaling up, we actually have to look at building that fault-tolerant quantum computer from the start. And so now a lot more investment is not going on to trying to improve this noisy scale quantum computing, but how can we actually jump a step? How can we develop a universal fault-tolerant quantum computer? So there is movement towards that. In terms of sensing and communication, I see the maturity there driving much more exponentially than the quantum computing. So I think that technology will really expand at a faster rate. So hopefully, yes, we can see one. How Africa will play its role? I really think South Africa is going to be the gateway to quantum in the African continent. And I was always reminded that, you know, the most amount of youth is in the African continent. So if we look at all the different countries, the youth is in the African continent. And I'm always reminded that when we look at the future of technology, it's going to come out of Africa. And we need to proudly realize that and say, you know what, we are going to develop these emerging technologies because the future of technology is coming from this continent. And we're part of this continent, and we must drive the technology on this continent. I'll end there.
And maybe let me just add, and then I echo the sentiments by my colleagues. I think that the question about data and where's our data is a question around the ethics of AI. And we must not lose sight of that as we do research and we expand. The question about women's health is, for me, a question about there is a lot of health research on men and women, but those questions are not South Africa and Africa, right? We're doing research on cancer that is not predominant in Africa, in South Africa, and why? Who is asking the question for what purpose? You will find that in most instances, that research is used as South Africa as a guinea pig for bigger, dare I say, capital. And I think for me, it is important that we start doing research that is applicable here, that is going to assist us here, our questions. And I also don't want to lose sight also of the social determinants of health. Not just we're doing research on health because we want pharmaceuticals to come up with vaccines. That's important, but I think we also need to embed the social determinants of health. So for all the groups that are going to be set up, fantastic. Let's make sure that they are multidisciplinary in approach first. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so maybe just to add on in terms of those collaborative groups that you were talking about, Jacqueline. So we recently launched an in-house professors program with our mid-career researchers, and that's also an area to focus on those innovation teams, basically, or working on research problems from different disciplines. Yeah, and I think it was really inspiring, some of the engagements that they were having, and realizing, actually there are people who can, different skill sets, and we can design together and so on. So yeah. All right, we have 2 or 3 more questions that were left. There was 2. 1 question. Okay, and then we will wrap up so that you'll still have enough time for your lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ngabakazi Siziba, a Braille and Information Access Assistant at the Universal Accessibility and Disability Services. So mine is just a suggestion. Prof. Musweta really identifies some of the social ills that we have in this country. And what stood out for me is gender-based violence and femicide. So this is my suggestion to the future researchers, because these cases really happen in every month. And what's most infuriating is that during Women's Month, that's where they are prevalent, as well as the 16 days of activism. So future researchers should really find out, like, what should be done to the justice system, because it's the one that's failing us in this country. What should be done, and what laws should be amended to make sure that these perpetrators face the punishment they deserve. And when they talk about life imprisonment, they will not talk about 25 years, which is, by the way, 2.5 years in real life. So what should be done in the justice system, and who should be responsible when these perpetrators are running around our countries and not being arrested? Just what stood up for me. Thank you.
Do you want to do a last response, or she was commenting though?
Yeah, I think that was a comment, and coming from this university where you have Professor Dineo Gola and Prof. Babalo, I think they are more than equipped to have those conversations moving forward. I know that Pumla will say, "No, Sarah, why are you giving me more work?" Right? Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much to all of you, our speakers, and also for sharing so much deep insights. And we look forward to exploring opportunities, Dr. Moshe, as well as you, Jacqueline, to partner with you. And I thank you also, Professor, for the challenging questions that you have posed. I think we have a lot to think about going forward, and really rethinking how we do research and how we teach our students. And thank you very much. I know that there's lots of work going on with the Faculty of Science in this area, and so we look forward to supporting you. Thank you very much to all of you for paying attention and for engaging. And lunch will be served outside, and we will resume again at 2 o'clock. Prof. Moronga would like to say something.
No, just to say that some of the questions posed here are going to continue this afternoon. The HSRC has just conducted a study that while we are perhaps speculating here, the public has spoken. And some of the answers coming from the public will shock you, and they will be presented this afternoon as to what are the people thinking about higher education institutions, and what the people on the ground think about science. We might be thinking we're doing something very good. Maybe the people are saying you're doing something good. Maybe they're saying, well, you are leaving us behind. So that's an invitation to the next panel presented by HSRC and DSTI, as well as continuation on health issues of HIV in the country, given what the keynote speaker said. So now there is cuts in funding. Do you stop doing research in HIV? So I just wanted to remind colleagues that this continue after this session.
Great, thank you very much. Then we will see you again at 2. Okay, maybe it would be good if people moved a bit to the front. So please come closer. It's a new session and a new speaker, an important topic. So please come closer. Okay. All right. Welcome to our second session of the day. And we're going to get a presentation on the South African Public Relationship with Science Survey results, which will be presented by Dr. Parker from the HSRC. Right? You? All right. Earlier, Professor Muswetsa was talking about the perceptions also around the public and how they perceive the work that we do in higher education institutions as scientists, and how they engage with that as well, and how that influences their trust, I think, as well, in the work that we do and how it serves them. For myself, you know, if you, most of you would likely be first generation graduates, in the sciences, often our families don't even understand why we are doing what we are doing. Me, I was the worst. I studied ants. I specialized in ants. I was like one of 5 specialists in the country working on ants, and it was a big deal, but no one in my family understood it, and so they didn't celebrate, they didn't make anything big about it. They didn't understand the significance of the work until I started publishing, of course, and I was doing documentaries and things. Then it meant something, but it was like, maybe now everybody sees you on TV, you must be something. So still, even today, if you ask people what I do in my family, they don't know, they just know I'm the doctor of ants. And that's what they tell everybody. And so it shows that there's a lot that we need to expose the public to about the work that we do, especially in universities where a lot of investment goes into research. And the public want to know that whatever we are doing is going to serve them. And it's very important to know that in those first world countries, people have a deeper understanding about how research and innovation services their country's economic growth and all of those functions. And so I'm going to stop here and allow the experts who have done this work to come and share the results of the survey. And I think we will have a facilitated discussion after this just to interrogate some of these results. And I'm really excited that there are students here, and it will be really nice to hear your insights on this information. So.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. With your permission, Program Director, I'm going to ask my colleague Sylvia Hanan to join me. Sylvia has been instrumental in putting together the South African Public Relationship with Science Survey. And so no one better to hear it from than one of the young voices that have been the nuts and bolts, really, of putting some of this work together. Our technical colleagues, if we can get the present, there we go. Thank you, you read my mind. Thank you for that. So the title of our presentation this afternoon is From the Cosmos to the Community. And that really tries to encapsulate everything it is that we are doing. How many of you in this room are students? at the university. So quite a lot of you, right? And these are the skills, these are the things that they don't really teach us. They don't really teach us how to communicate our science. We can be expert at understanding ants, but sometimes it is the hardest thing to communicate. My parents still don't know what I do. They're very proud of me. They're my biggest cheerleaders, as I'm sure they are for you. But it is a very difficult thing to communicate science effectively at times. And so the work that we do tries to really contextualize some of that. It tries to understand what it is South African communities think, what it is they feel, and the value that they get from the significant amount of time and energy and resources that we as science councils, that you as universities, that the private sector, that the whole range of scientific actors in this country invest into doing what it is that we do. So the South African public relationship with science is the first institutionalized survey of its kind in South Africa. There's been many of these surveys from around the world, at least for the last 60 years. But the important question we have to grapple with too often is, why is it important to understand what this relationship is between science and society? And I think for digital natives, for younger people, it's a little bit easier because you've come up with technology. It has been almost second nature to you. To some of our older colleagues, to myself, that have been around for a little bit longer, we've come through this revolution that has happened, especially over the last 10 or 15 years. And really, science and technology is influencing and shaping every single part of our lives, from sitting on your mobile phone, which in your hand you've got more technology at your disposal than the Apollo 11 astronauts. Think about that for a second. In your pocket, you've got more technology than a ship that went to space. And that is the revolution we've come through. And so how do we understand that, particularly in a country like South Africa, that in very many ways has certain legacy impacts of apartheid that still affect our societies? As the world has changed, if you think about where we were in 2005 or even 2010, at the very birth of the internet becoming popular in this country, the world has changed significantly over the last while. And so the role that science and technology has to play to ensure that citizens remain engaged, informed, aware, and in tune with technology such that no one gets left behind is of critical importance to us in order to understand how the science and society relationship can be brought closer together and become more meaningful and more beneficial to all of those that are playing their part within this realm. What we often find is that with technology, you often see divides that creep in. In South Africa, we call, and in many other parts of the world, they call this the digital divide. It is exacerbated by inequalities. You've got people that have had the privilege to access meaningful, long-term and advanced education. And then you've had people that do not have those luxuries, do not have those privileges. Some of them live in the same home. Some of them live in the same home. My mom left school in Standard 4 just because of the realities of the life that she has had to live. I had the opportunities to study further and do PhDs and all of these things, and we come from the very same home. And so understanding how these inequalities affects us as our individual selves, in our families, in our communities, in this country, becomes critically important to closing those divides, to ensuring that those that have are not unduly benefiting from science and technology, and those that do not have are not left behind to deal with the abject poverty and the inequalities that people are facing on a very real way on a daily basis. And so that being said, I think it is not unfair to characterize South African society as in some ways a dual population. Those that have and those that do not have. Those that have access to these tools and those that do not have access to these tools. Those that have the ability to do banking from the palm of their hand and those that do not have the money to even consider doing internet banking. And so how do we close those gaps? Some of them have become really institutionalized in this country over the last 30 years. And for those with opportunities and those without, what does this mean? How do we bring the sciences home in a meaningful way that can actually create real change for society? And so as I've mentioned, over the last few years, there's been a number of changes guiding some of these transitions in our country. At the forefront, the policy context has transformed significantly since 1994. The white paper on science and technology in 1996 in many ways took stock of what we'd inherited in this country. It plotted the way forward. Where are we going to go? What are we going to do? How are we going to achieve this? And what are the barriers and hurdles and challenges that lay ahead of us? Since then, there's been a significant amount of policy input in this space surrounding the science and society relationship. The 2015 Science Engagement Strategy and its subsequent plans and implementation programs, the update to the 1996 white paper, which was released in 2019, which really looked to support a science literate and a science aware society by increasing the reach, the relevance, the awareness, and the access to science and technology, its tools and its outputs across the population of South Africa. And to assess the progress that we have made in the interim period since 1994, a set of indicators was developed to measure how we as a country have advanced in our goals, to measure and to understand the impact that science and technology has had on various parts of our society. And as a result, in the white paper, the South African Public Relationship with Science, or the SAPRS survey, has been institutionalized at the HSRC. It is a survey that will run every 5 years. The most recent iteration was in 2022. The next one will run in 2027, and we are very busy planning ahead to implementing the 2027 SAPRS survey. Now, the survey is based on a number of indicators, things that we have learnt from our colleagues around the world, and things that are in some ways unique to the South African context. The South African Science Engagement Monitoring and Evaluation Impact Indicator Framework, is a mouthful, we really should work on that name, but it's a mouthful to remember, is on the screen right now. It contains 7 indicators. Some of them are things that we know about, things that we know they do in the US, they do in Europe, things like knowledge, attitudes, interest. Those are things that underpin our basic understanding of the South African public understanding of science. Then there's issues of trust. We spoke about that briefly this morning. How much does the public trust the knowledge they are receiving? How much do they trust public actors and institutions of science? Access to science and technology information. As the world is shifting, as it's become more digital, the gatekeepers to digital access, the cost of data in this country is significantly higher than in the rest of the world. So how do all of these issues impact the way the public is able to access scientific information, use it, and make it part of their lives? And then access to science engagement activities, be these at science museums, at game reserves, at access to scientists, just to have these basic two-way conversations about science. And then the last one looks at issues of pride and promise. How much pride do we have in our inventions, in our scientific advances in this country? What type of promise does it have for the ordinary South African? Mike Bruton wrote a beautiful book a couple of years ago which catalogues a number of South African science and technology inventions and innovations. And it's a lovely book. If you ever get your hands on it, please look out for it. But it really profiles, in a way, South African science and technology investment and advancement over the last few years that has become world famous. And very few South Africans actually know that many of those items are, in fact, South African inventions. And so the conceptual framework for our study relies on the previous slide, which spoke about some of the dimensions of the South African public relationship with science. But in a context like South Africa, demography makes a huge difference. Understanding where people come from, their age, sex, educational attainment, employment, geographical location, religious beliefs. South Africa is a very religious society. Religiosity is one of those factors which determines people's attitudes, which determines how they engage with, at times, contentious issues surrounding science. And so putting all of those into this big green bubble on the top, which speaks about demography and context, becomes very important to understand who we are speaking about. We are not a homogeneous country. We are very diverse in all our beliefs, in all our attitudes, all our cultures, our languages. And so that should play a meaningful role in trying to understand this public relationship with science. On the left-hand side of your screen is this blue box, which deals with issues related to knowledge and interest. issues related to trust and promise, as well as the individual attitudes related to science and technology and the impact that has on our daily lives. Those are all mediated by access and trust in institutions, as well as access to science information, as well as the outcomes related to science engagement behavior, valuing and prioritizing science in your daily life, and understanding how that influences us. What you will notice is that these are all linked by bidirectional arrows, indicating that there are relationships between these factors. Your knowledge, your attitude, your interest influences your access. It influences your ability to engage. And it's a bidirectional relationship. The more engagement you have, the more interest you would have. The more interest you have, the more knowledge you would seek. The more knowledge you would seek, the change is visible within your attitudes to science. The nature of those relationships, particularly in the South African setting, is something we are still trying to figure out. We haven't had enough time. We haven't had enough data. 30 years post-democracy hasn't really brought us sufficient understanding of the many South African publics, with an S at the end, and their specific relationship with science. And I think the first thing to say when you begin a talk like this is to admit what we don't know, to admit where we are going and what we'd like to see in the future. And I think that's probably the major element of our conceptual framework, is trying to understand these socio-demographic influences and factors which determines that unique fingerprint of a South African public relationship with science. The survey itself, we spent a significant amount of time developing a South African questionnaire. As I've mentioned, these surveys have been done in the US, they've been done in Europe for many, many years, and informally, outside of an institutionalized framework, informally there have been attempts to do these types of surveys in South Africa. The 2022 South African Public Relationship with Science Survey was the first such nationally representative survey in South Africa. We looked at a sample of adults aged 16 years and older, selected from 500 small areas across all 9 provinces of South Africa. The survey was implemented through the South African Social Attitude Survey, which our CEO mentioned this morning, a large survey, nationally representative survey that has an extensive, more than 20-year history in the HSRC, and specifically in conducting social attitude surveys. The instrument had 200 items about the public relationship with science across the 7 categories that I mentioned earlier, as well as 28 demographic and contextual items, which allows us really to develop that high-definition picture of the South African public relationship with science. It gives us the ability to zoom in on particular aspects that might be very interesting when doing this type of work. The survey in 2022 was conducted between November 2022 and January 2023. It was an in-person survey using 1-hour interviews with respondents across the country, and it was conducted in one of the official languages depending on our particular respondent's preference. And that's quite important, because when you're speaking to someone about science, when you're speaking to them about some of these abstract issues, language becomes very important, not only to ensure that we are asking the right questions, but the interpretation and the response to those questions is in line with what we are expecting. We'll come back to that in just a minute. So this is a map of the 500 small area layers that we visited during the fieldwork for the SAPRA survey. You'll see, while there are significant concentrations around the major metro areas, the spread is across the country, from Toyondo in the north to Vredendal, Springbok, some of Makanda, some of the smaller centers, which often get overlooked when you're doing some of these national surveys. You'll also find that there were 2 types of layers that we surveyed. The main survey is represented by the red dots. It doesn't look very red on your screen. And then there's some of these blue dots around, which represented special samples. So we conducted special samples in the Northern Cape, close to the SKA area, as well as in the Eastern Cape, where there was a new science center opened a couple of years ago. And so these small special sampled areas, we've got dedicated reports related to each one of them. And what it really tries to understand is, what is the impact within these communities of big science in the form of SKA in the Northern Cape, and science centers that are accessible to rural communities in the Eastern Cape. What does that do for young people and older people within those communities? How does it bring science closer to the community in a language within a cultural envelope that is relevant to that particular community. And so we've got dedicated reports for the Northern Cape area and for the Eastern Cape area for these special samples on the 2022 SAPRS survey. So having talked a little bit about methodology, it becomes important to begin to understand what it is you think about when you hear the word science. And so we started our survey this way. One of the first questions in the questionnaire was, what do you think about when you hear the word science? And again, the survey was conducted in a language that most respondents were comfortable with within their home for 1 hour. And quite comfortingly, as a scientist, these were the responses that we received from our participants. Most of them related to issues of medicine, chemicals, life, plants, nature, things you would almost expect when you're thinking about science and technology, right? You've got technology, you've got doctors, experience, labs, animals, fire, everyday life. What a beautiful way for South Africans to express their understanding of the word science by using that terminology. It speaks to everyday life. This goes across language, it goes across culture, it goes across communities, it goes across location. And it also talks about the people that do this, the scientists, the last word at the bottom here. And so it's a very shared understanding of what it is South Africans think about when they think about science. Conversely, we also asked the question, what do you think about when you hear the word technology? And here we saw the move away from the more abstract to some of the more tactile outputs of technology. Phones, computers, cars, radio, digital, microwaves, advancement, robots, fridges, Wi-Fi, televisions. These are tactile things, things that you can see and touch, things that you can engage with, things that you can actively go about into the world and see as products of science. And so that distinction across the population between the outputs of science and the output of technology was comforting to see and understand that South Africans, irrespective of their language, their culture, their level of education, had this basic understanding between science and technology and what they mean for them. Quite interestingly, between the P and the H, you'll see in 2022, AI was already one of those topics that South Africans paid attention to. Maybe not fully understanding it, maybe not fully accepting the risks and the promise that comes with it. But it was quite interesting that even in that, which in the AI world is a decade ago, by the way, even though it's only a few years in normal parlance, it is very interesting to see how that has played out in the South African context. I'm going to ask Sylvia to take us through some of the key findings from the survey. She's going to explain to us briefly how that's going to be structured. And so, Sylvia, over to you.
Thank you, Sahir. Okay, so as Sahir mentioned, there were a lot of questions in the survey. So I think we had about 200 questions that we asked people about their relationship with science and technology. So I'm just going to present a few key findings. And also just to remember that this was a nationally representative survey. So although the sample was around 6,000, it was then weighted to the population. So the results represent the South African public or the population aged 16 years and over. So we took those 7 areas that Sahir mentioned earlier, and for the reporting and analysis, we combined some of them into 5 key areas. So we looked at knowledge and interest in science and technology, promise and reservation attitudes about modern and traditional science and technology, trust in science and science institutions, access to information and trust in this information, as well as science engagement outcomes. So firstly, looking at interest, awareness, and pride in South African science and technology, you can see that there was some interest and pride in South African science and technology, but the level of awareness was much lower. So there was only 18% of the adult population who said they were aware of South African science and technology. And we compared that with the creative arts, which included areas such as music, dance, painting, just to have a comparison in terms of the kind of areas that South Africans are interested in and know about and have pride in. and that relates to more popular culture. But as you can see, the levels of awareness in the South African creative arts was much higher than the levels of awareness in science and technology. So we need to think about how can we increase the promotion of South African science and technology to make sure that our population is more aware, more interested, and more proud of what we have to offer. So we also need to think about encouraging science diplomacy in the domestic context and highlight the contribution of our scientists. As Sahir mentioned, there are a lot of developments in South Africa that people aren't aware of. For example, one that I know of is that the creepy crawly that you use in your pool was actually a South African invention. And there's a lot of examples of that that many of us, even those of us in science, would never know about. So this slide shows a science knowledge index. So this was a quiz that was included in the survey, and respondents were asked to indicate whether each of these statements were true or false. And you can see on the left those that were true have a T next to them, and those that were false have an F. And this shows you the percentage of the population that got these questions correct. So what you can see from this is that items that are related to everyday life, and those that were often talked about in the news, so for example, looking at the price of world oil, so economics, environment, geography, and health, those were the ones that were better answered by the South African population. So these are better understood areas of by the population. Whereas if you look at the ones further down, these are ones that are either more abstract, some of them are more contentious issues. So for example, climate change is something that not everyone believes in, so it's a more contentious issue. And these were items that were less well answered by the South African public. So it's those areas that are closer to your everyday life experience that South Africans seem to know more about. What we also found is that there were more correct answers for those statements that were true than those that were false. And that is something that could be as a result of the phrasing of the question. So that is something that we will consider for the next survey, but it was just something interesting that we noted. Then we also asked people to report on their knowledge and interest in priority science and technology areas. And this was self-reported. So this was people said, this is how much I feel I know about these areas, and this is how much interest I have in these areas. And again, as in the previous slide, you can see that those areas that are closer to your everyday life experience were had higher levels of interest and knowledge than those that are a little bit more abstract or a little bit more blue sky research, as they would say. For example, space and the stars had the lowest levels of both self-reported knowledge and interest. So there was also generally higher levels of interest than knowledge. But you can see that despite the social inequalities that we have in the country, so this was from the population of different backgrounds, different genders, different races, different socioeconomic backgrounds, that many people in South Africa are still curious about science and technology. So we need to think about how we can continue to promote interest and knowledge in these areas and find ways to close the gaps that we see between the levels of public curiosity and scientific understanding. Then we asked people about their attitudes, so their levels of attitudes towards modern science and technology. And as you can see, many South Africans recognize the benefits of science and technology, particularly in terms of improving their lives, enhancing work, and creating opportunities for future generations. And almost 60%, so you can see that that is the purple one on the right, almost 60% of the population felt that the benefits of science and technology are greater than the harmful effects. But then if you look at the set of reservations underneath that, you can see that South Africans are also somewhat skeptical about science and technology, and they acknowledge that there are risks and challenges that science and technology pose to society. So this shows that there is a complex but nuanced relationship that South Africans have with science and technology, and they are aware of both the benefits and risks that they pose. This gives us a realistic view, having a balanced view where you can see, you acknowledge the benefits as well as the risks, which is actually what we want to see. And the views that people have of science and technology are based on their lived experiences and their observations of how science and technology impacts their lives. And we need to think about how can we leverage this to advance science and technology knowledge, attitudes, and engagement in South Africa. Then we also asked questions about promise and reservation towards traditional science and technology. So you can see that South Africans did have support for traditional science and technology, especially in relation to areas such as small-scale farming and improving the quality of life. However, their views were more mixed when it came to areas such as medicine, visiting traditional healers in times of difficulty, and modern versus traditional and cultural practices. So we want to think about how we can reduce the cultural distance between Western or modern knowledge, science and technology, and traditional science and technology in South Africa. So we need to leverage the support and understanding and the curiosity that people have in these areas to increase crucial aspects of engagement with traditional science and technology. Then we also asked about trust in scientists. And I think this links back to a question that we had from the audience earlier about trust in different organizations and institutions. And what we found is that 67%, so about 2/3 of the public, reported some level of trust in the work that scientists do. And you can also see that 20% neither trusted nor distrusted scientists, so they were ambivalent. But what is good is that there was a low level of distrust in the work of scientists. And we know that not all South Africans are going to be supportive and positive about the work that scientists do. And it's good to have a broad spread of perspectives in terms of trust in the work of scientists. But we need to think about how do we take this foundation of quite a high level of trust and a low level of distrust, and how do we build on this foundation to increase the level of trust in scientists? And some of the ways we can do this is to promote the awareness of the work of scientists. So as I said, a lot of people may not know what we're doing. Even within the fields of science, we don't all know what other people and other research organizations may be doing. So we really need to promote awareness of the work that's being done, and also promote transparency in the work that we're doing, as well as addressing any issues related to mistrust and the spread of misinformation. I think this is quite an important slide for us. We asked about confidence in science and technology information that is received from institutions. And as you can see, that highest level of trust was in universities and research organizations, where 71% of the population said that they trusted science and technology information coming from these organizations. This was followed by big business or the corporate world and religious leaders. And you can see that the trust is less so for both national and local government and traditional leaders. So this is specifically information related to science and technology, not information generally, but you can see the difference in the levels of trust, and that universities such as NMU and research organizations such as HSRC have the highest level of trust from the public. So we also want to increase the levels of trust among government and other leaders? And how do we avoid misinformation? How do we encourage trust? How do we leverage the trust that academic institutions have specifically to increase the levels of confidence that people have in the information that we're producing? So one of the things that we could do is partner formal institutions such as universities and research organizations with government and traditional leaders so that we can bring together the research that's being done and the leadership in domestic science. Then we also asked the public about the amount of science and technology information that they receive. We wanted to know, do you feel you receive too much information, the right amount, too little, or none? And we can see that just over half of the population actually said that they receive either too little or no science and technology information. And this shows that there is an unfulfilled appetite for science and technology information among the South African population. And we know, not from the survey, but we know that despite this, the coverage of science and technology related information and news has been decreasing over the last few years, both in traditional and social media. And this is leaving a gap that we need to fill, because there is this decrease in information being provided, but we can see that South Africans actually want more information about science and technology. Then we also asked about the science and technology news that was received from different sources. So we divided these up into traditional online, traditional social networks, and institutional networks. And you can see that the most common sources of information are still the traditional media sources. So particularly TV and radio, while the share of print information has been decreasing. However, we know that the public is now also increasingly getting science and technology news from websites, social media, and chat apps. And we need to look at the media mix. So it is mostly traditional and online. There is some information or news received from friends and family, but the social and institutional networks seem to have a lower share of where people are receiving this information from. Then we asked about trust. So we wanted to know, out of specific areas, which ones do the public trust? What level of trust do they have in news about these specific areas? So you can see that science and technology is roughly in the middle. So the public has more trust in news about areas like sports, health, education, entertainment, arts and culture. And these are areas that are generally very well publicized. Everyone comes together around sport. When the Springboks are doing well, everyone's excited. Health is an important area, especially in the last few years around COVID. There's always issues and news around education, and the entertainment, arts and culture is something that is popular culture. People are interested in that and probably have more trust in that news, whereas science and technology has a lower share of trust. So although there is this lower level of trust, there is also a low level of distrust in science and technology news content, which is really important. So we need to think about how can we increase trust in science and technology news that is produced. And this might be about increasing awareness about science and technology, choosing a better media mix of traditional and social media to share science and technology news, also thinking about how do we address misinformation and enhance transparency in the news that is being shared. Then we looked at trust in science and technology news from various media sources. So again, we can see that TV and radio, as they were the most commonly used sources of information, they're also the most trusted sources of science and technology information. And trust is higher for traditional mainstream media rather than the newer social media sources. And this is actually quite promising because it shows that although people are getting information about science and technology from social media, online websites, and the newer media sources, they are still quite cautious about this information, so they don't immediately trust it. And because this information is unregulated, it is really important that people are able to distinguish between, what may be real, what may be fake. So it is really good that they do have a lower level of trust in those sources. But we want to think about how we can build this trust in both traditional media sources as well as building further trust in new media such as social media, internet websites. The next few slides are related to engagement. So we asked the public about their levels of engagement with science and technology. So this slide focuses on those people, members of the population, and this was for anyone 16 and over who was involved in the survey. So they may have been at school many years ago, they may still be at school now, but we asked them about whether they took certain STEM subjects as well as social science subjects post grade 9. So this was, they would have selected to continue with these subjects from grade 10 to matric. And you can see that there's actually quite a high share, particularly for maths literacy, and biology and life sciences, who chose to continue with these subjects, which is really positive. This is important for building a science and technology human capital pipeline, both into tertiary education and then beyond that into labor markets, but also in terms of the skills that these kinds of subjects teach you. So they teach you different skills that you can actually use whether you pursue these as careers or not, but they teach you skills that are useful in various occupations as well as your daily life. And this is really, it bodes well for the development of an informed, aware, and engaged, scientifically literate population, which is what we are trying to create. So although we know not everyone will be interested in taking these subjects, we do want to encourage people to continue with these subjects, specifically in a world that is changing rapidly, and that's becoming more science-focused, becoming more digitized, and we want these people to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. The next question we asked was about attendance-based engagement. So we asked about a number of science engagement spaces or activities, and this was specifically in relation to science and technology events or activities happening in these spaces. And we asked people a question about, firstly, whether these spaces were available in their area, so close to where they lived, and then we asked them whether they had attended any of these spaces, for science, specifically for science and technology engagement. And you can see that the highest availability and attendance was for public libraries, which makes sense as these are available in most communities. But you can see that for the other spaces, there was very low availability and very low attendance of these spaces or activities. And in terms of the availability and attendance, it may be in some cases that people are not aware of these in their areas, or they may not know they exist, so they may not attend. But it also often is because these spaces just are not available for people in their areas or nearby where they would attend. And what we know is that people can only attend these kind of spaces or activities where they have access to them. So people need to have access to these spaces. They also need to know about these spaces. So we need to think about how can we increase both access and awareness of these kinds of spaces. And some of the things we can do is look at using the facilities that we already have. So there are a lot of public libraries. How can we use these more effectively? How can we make some of these other spaces more accessible? And this would be by removing some of the barriers related to cost, availability, and location. And we can also increase digital access to some of these spaces. So for example, the Zico Museum in Cape Town has a website where you can look at their exhibits online. I know also some of the game reserves have cameras in some of their areas where you can actually look and see what's happening, for example, at a watering hole in the game reserve. So that's also something that we can think about, is how can we increase access both physically and online to these kinds of spaces. Then we asked about community-based engagement. So this was involvement in activities that would enhance science and technology within your own communities. And this was the percentage who were involved in these activities within the 5 years prior to the survey, so prior to 2022. And you can see that the highest level of involvement was in recycling materials or reducing the use of plastic. But you can see that overall there was very low participation in many of these activities. And this is something we really need to increase awareness about. We need to increase awareness of both the issues that these kind of events would address, as well as why it's important for people to be involved in these kinds of activities and how these areas are linked to their daily life. And we want to promote more meaningful participation. We know, though, that in South Africa, many of these activities are not a priority for many people, as they have other things, for example, employment, providing food for their families, which are much higher on their list of priorities. And these are therefore things that are not something that people really would think about or have time for or be interested in. But we need to think, how can we provide innovative incentives to promote participation in these kind of activities, which really could go a long way to making a difference in your communities. We also asked about the sharing of science and technology information. So we can see that people tend to share this kind of information mostly in person with family, friends, and colleagues, as well as online through chat apps and social media, whereas there's a lower level of sharing this information in person and through formalized meetings. So it's more informal and through the online environment. So some of the things we need to think about is, how can we encourage people to be more interested in sharing science and technology information, and how do we leverage these different mediums to build trust and ensure that people are also sharing reliable information. So not just sharing whatever is sent to them or something they read, but where they can actually discern what is reliable and share this information. Then the last type of engagement we asked about was the use of online apps. So this includes things like internet banking, online shopping, health technologies, like your smartwatch, or the health apps on your phone. And you can see again, there's generally a low level of usage of these apps, with the highest being internet banking. And we know that a lot of this is influenced by access to technology. So a lot of people don't have access to these kind of apps, and also the level of digital literacy among the population. Many people may not be familiar with this kind of technology, particularly those who don't have access to it. The older generations as well aren't as familiar with these kind of technologies. But this is also mediated by socioeconomic status, the level of income, and related financial factors. So we need to think about, how can we enhance access to online apps? How do we increase digital literacy amongst the population so that more people have the opportunity to access and use these apps? And also, some of it may be a result of not trusting some of the online technology that's available? And also, how do we then build trust in these so that more people will use them? Then just a final slide on some of the key findings. So we asked people about what their priorities were for future funding out of the set of science and technology areas. And as we saw earlier, again, you can see that the highest levels of priorities were for those areas that are related to, again, your immediate daily needs and concerns. So related to areas like electricity, water, education, and access to good quality food. And these we know are areas that are concerns for everyone from every background. There's been load shedding, so electricity is a very important priority for many people. There have been issues with water supply because of destruction of infrastructure, loss of water, like leakage of water before it even gets to our taps. We know education is very contentious. So these are areas that were the highest priority for future funding amongst the population. We also, though, need to look at some of the other areas and think about how can we encourage people to have a longer-term outlook. So they're not just thinking about their immediate needs, but also thinking about the changes that are happening in the science and technology areas that are going to become more and more important in future, because we want people to also be thinking about those as priorities for us to be looking at. Thank you. I will now hand back to Sahir.
Thank you, Sylvia, for taking us through some of those very important results from the SAPRS survey 2022. But I guess now we have to ask ourselves some questions, right? We've got all this data. We've got the 7 categories in the CMF, which have been reduced to the 5 questionnaire categories across 200 measures. What does it all mean? Right? How do we make sense of some of this? And I think the one thing to bear in mind is that there are various characteristics that are shared across some of these measures. And so what we find is that people with higher educational attainment, those that find themselves in higher socioeconomic circumstances are generally employed, those that are younger and find themselves in formal urban settings generally have higher knowledge of science and higher interest. They are in possession of more positive attitudes towards science and have access to greater engagement opportunities regarding science and technology issues. That's not a very big surprise, right? If you have resources, if you have access, you will generally be able to participate more meaningfully in some of these activities and some of these areas. What does that then mean for those people that do not have as high educational attainment? What does it mean for those of lower socioeconomic status, those that are not as well or less meaningfully employed or underemployed, those that are possibly not as young, those from the older generation that came through a different form of education, a different form of South African society? What does it mean to them? And those that find themselves in informal or non-urban situations where access to science infrastructure, access to tools, access to science centers and opportunities are less pervasive. And these are quite critical questions which we must look forward to over the next few years to begin to understand what this means for the ordinary South Africans. To drive that point home, I think if you look at some of the measures in our survey, we begin to see that unique fingerprint I spoke about earlier, right? Across the measures that we've put forward in our survey on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see an average score in the middle for each of these. So for interest, we've got 3 categories, which is environmental concern, interest in science areas, and general interest in S&T, and that goes across the first 2 columns. And you'll see the average score represented. More telling, though, is the variance between the highest score and the lowest score for each of these measures. So if we take this one over here, which is daily usage of the internet, there were 70 points separating the highest score and the lowest score. And you'll see that is a pattern that emerges for many of the measures that are based on resource availability and resource access. So for that one I just pointed out, daily use of internet depends on if you have a phone, if you have access to the internet, if you have data on your phone. So those are all resource dependent. If you come further down, there's a big 68 over here, and that's related to exposure to STEM subjects. The use of online apps, again, 45-point difference between the highest and the lowest score. So that unique fingerprint in South Africa can be boiled down to two broad categories of understanding. The one is that resources can determine your exposure and therefore your level of interest and immersion within the science and technology system. And certain other measures are more egalitarian. They are more common, irrespective of race, irrespective of socioeconomic status, irrespective of where you live and how much education you have. And you'll see some of them have 9 points between them, some of them have 17, and some of them have much fewer, 10 or 11 points between them in terms of pride and promise. And this is really something we aim to understand in a lot more detail, simply because of this nuanced nature between ordinary South Africans and then their relationship to science. And so looking at some of the recommendations which came out of the survey, there's 11 of them. It's available in the report, and I'll put up a little slide later that will give you access to some of those reports. But the key fact for us really is that moving forward, South African science and the national system of innovation should really look at science engagement through a lens of science, the science and society paradigm. How do we bring people closer to science? How do we make these conversations more bidirectional? How do we remove this lectern and begin to engage more meaningfully with people that we are talking to? And this approach really requires understanding the nuanced nature of the South African public, that we are not homogeneous, that there are variations, that much of this variation is related to resource availability, differences in education, socioeconomic status, and different population groups or locations have an impact in the way the public engages with science on an everyday basis. Improving aspects related to scientific knowledge will help us with interest in science, as well as building a science culture in South Africa that appreciates the value and contribution this can have to our daily lives. Sylvia mentioned earlier, reducing that cultural distance between what it is my daily life is about and how science can improve that, be in big ways or in small ways. Also then understanding how access to resources like home educational resources and engagement opportunities in particular impacts what we call lifelong learning, and how that contributes to a more positive South African public relationship with science. Views on citizens' promise, pride, and trust become very important, and these are, like I said earlier, egalitarian. These are fairly consistent across the population. But then there's also issues which are more resource-based and diverse in character. These are issues related to knowledge, issues related to access to S&T information, and the tools that are required to do that. We also need to promote greater access to science engagement opportunities. So these are visits to science centers, to museums, to areas where the public can engage with scientists and their work, the work of scientists. Oftentimes, these are areas far away from urban centers. You have to drive to a game reserve. You have to drive to a science center. People do not have cars, do not have access to transport, do not have readily available resources to pay entrance fees. So reviewing the models of science engagement becomes very important in a country like South Africa that doesn't have, or rather that has a diverse population in terms of its ability to access some of these services. And then educating the public about the value of traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge becomes critically important to close that cultural distance, to make us all aware of the tremendous value that we have inherited in our different cultures, in our different traditions, and how that relates to the world, to the modern world that we are very fast moving towards. And that will really aid us in closing some of these gaps. And so what we are looking towards, ladies and gentlemen, is a South African society that is more meaningfully engaged, more aware, more knowledgeable, and has greater degrees of access. These are enshrined in the science engagement strategy, in the white paper on science, technology, and innovation. But what does that really look like? For me, I think, or for us, it really is about a society that is aware, that is informed, and that is very discerning about the information they receive, be it through traditional or through digital and online information sources. A population that is interested and curious about the world that we live in. What does it mean when the weather changes? What does it mean when the climate shifts? What does it mean to have meaningful access to science and technology? And how do we create an actively involved and engaged public? This requires trust, building trust amongst the public, but also developing trust in institutions of science. Sylvia demonstrated earlier through some of our data that there's a high degree of trust in scientific institutions in South Africa, but how do we capitalize on that? And how do we build a sense of expertise, a sense of transparency through the communication with the public? And also trying to develop a deeper sense of holistic recognition of all forms of knowledge, be it Western knowledge or traditional and indigenous knowledge systems that are common within our setting. We've learned quite a bit in terms of considering our methodology for the SAPRS survey. The 2022 survey was a baseline for the ongoing series of measurement. The 2027 survey will focus in on what we've learned from 2022, but also try and implement a number of revisions to increase the effectiveness of the next round of survey, the usefulness, and also its accessibility. The next round of surveying will survey 3,500 respondents, and we will also aim at enhancing the questionnaire to ensure that many of our items are based on multi-item indices rather than single-item questions. Single-item questions can be problematic at times, whereas indices and multi-item indices give us the ability to gain a lot more detail in terms of understanding the responses we get. We'll also move towards focusing on inferential statistics and not just some of the descriptive elements that we've seen today, and how we can more accurately measure science engagement in South Africa and create a greater sense of participation and a dialogue in terms of promoting popularization activities through science and technology. Earlier on this year, as I get to the end of our slides, we hosted a reflections conference on the SAPRS 2022 in Johannesburg. Some of these resolutions from the conference looked at revisions to the science engagement system, trying to understand how we can create greater intergovernmental coordination through different departments, through science and technology, through education, through social development, and how do we create that synergy that will enable us to build the society that we're looking for out of the science engagement strategy. What does strategic integration look like across the different sectors of the economy so that we can better aid the development of a more aware and informed citizenry in South Africa? These will rely on the development of targeted programs in both formal and informal learning contexts. We need to strengthen collaboration to inform a greater sense of science literacy, and also implement the science and society approach through inclusive activities that are relevant to diverse communities in South Africa. We need to leverage some of the positives that we've seen in the data here today, and also help to set some of these science and trusted intermediaries as anchors for public engagement and public understanding of science in South Africa. And lastly, then also trying to understand what some of these community-led and grassroots initiatives would look like in order to build and capitalize on the trust within local languages so that people find the information and the value in some of the material that we have managed to produce. So in conclusion, South Africans in the 2022 SAPRS survey presented a population that was knowledgeable, that were curious about science and technology, that recognized the benefits or the promise, but at the same time were aware of the risks, which is a really good, nuanced, balanced position to be in. You don't want people to be too positive, and you don't want people to be too pessimistic about the influence of science. And how do we then begin to leverage this to create more meaningful access, to provide the resources, and to also mitigate the impacts of the spread of our population around the country? We have this responsibility to promote S&T knowledge, more positive attitudes, and engagement across our stakeholder communities? And how do we then use that to create a greater sense of pride and promise in the work that we do as scientists in South Africa? Colleagues, we've produced a number of reports from the 2022 survey. You'll see some of the highlights reports, some of the two reports available in 9 of our indigenous languages. We've also got 2 special reports based on the Northern Cape area around the SKA, as well as in the lower right-hand side of the screen is a report based on the Koffimvaba area in the Eastern Cape, where the new Science Center was launched. And so all of these reports are available on our HSRC website. We've also published a number of review and opinion pieces over the last while. I won't go through all of them, but you can find them on our website. And we've also found that people tend not to read long-form articles, and so infographics and visual representations become very useful. We've tapped into some of the key public holidays that we've just had, things related to Women's Month, things related to Heritage Month, and we've used the SAPRS data to put out some of the infographics that you see on your screen, and all of them are accessible at the QR code and at the little web link in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, should you wish to know more. So with that, I thank you for your attention. I thank you for paying attention after what was a very hearty lunch, and we're appreciative of that. And I also want to thank Sylvia for taking us through some of the very important results from the South African Public Relationship with Science Survey. Thank you so much.
All right. My technology. Thank you very much. That was really insightful and a lot of information. I'm really impressed that you could actually put all of that in there, and particularly the method section. I did have a question because at the beginning you mentioned that when the participants were being interviewed, they were also interviewed in their language of choice. And I was very curious to know the type of words that came out. You know, for example, in your word cloud, you had, when they had to, what do you think about when you think about science? And like the type of words. I also had a question about the reach of this, because I saw on your map, the spread is quite wide, but I wanted to know whether you could separate those data points in rural, peri-urban and urban, and if that had any kind of influence on the outcomes in terms of, especially around trust. So especially around the trust aspects for science. And I think in terms of the perception, the issue again on social capital is very important because people, if they're not exposed or know people who are in the sector, they aren't really interested. They aren't really curious about things that they are not exposed to or don't often get to see. And a last point on the increasing presence of scientists in social media and also the programs that we have. So like the Fame Lab and the Falling Walls. And I think those create a lot of space for exposure for young people to learn about different disciplines in science and technology. For example, nanomedicine, you know, most people, when they want to come study, they're going to do a BSc maybe, and they become an agri-tech or maybe something like that. Or they go and study medicine, they become a doctor. But even in that discipline, there's so many new upcoming disciplines. But if you don't have the exposure to it, you don't think about it. And so I'm really curious about the one on the distribution of your sample. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. So the first one about the words or the ideas that came out in for the word clouds in different languages. Most of the data that we received had already been translated back into English. So I can't really tell you about that. But we also did have quite a few people who said they don't know. So when we asked them, what do you think of about science? What do you think of technology? And they said they don't know, which was, and I mean, that was in all of the languages. There were people, quite a few people who said they didn't know, which was really interesting. Then in terms of the distribution, yes, it was divided up into rural, urban formal, and urban informal areas, so that we could see the differences. For the trust, I don't remember exactly the split across, but we did find that generally it was the urban formal areas that had greater knowledge, greater access, greater engagement, and those kind of things. So I think they also did have higher levels of trust. Then, as you said, yeah, if people are not exposed to these areas, they won't have very high interest or curiosity in them. And that's one of the things that we really need to push, is exposing people to these areas. And that's why science communication and engagement is so important, not only by the DSTI, who's in charge of the science engagement and who were the ones that asked us to conduct the survey, but by research organizations, universities, science centers, all of the different kind of science spaces that are available. We all need to be pushing this kind of information, especially, as you said, there's a lot more on social media now, and I think a lot of young people are seeing this, and it is making them more interested in these kind of areas. But that again will be people who have access to social media. So there's a big difference in the people who have that kind of access and the people who don't. So we also need to think about how do we reach the people who don't have that kind of access. And for those who do have that kind of access, how do we make them more aware of these kind of things? Because they may be out there, but a lot of people don't actually know about them, or may not be interested in science, so they don't look for them or listen to them. But that's also about making people realize that science and technology is in every aspect of your life, whether you realize it or not. Thanks.
Sure. I mean, just on the issue of language, I think it's become increasingly important that we are losing so many languages across the world. English is the language of science, unfortunately. I speak English. We are speaking English here. But I say that, unfortunately it is. And the problem with that is we lack, in English anyway, the contextual value that you gain in talking about science in other languages, in your indigenous languages, in any language. In certain cultures, language promotes a sense of direction. In certain northern cultures, right? You'll speak about a place not in terms of its address on a street map. You'll speak about a place in terms of its relative position to your position. It is north, for instance, which is not something we do within our cultural context. And so you lose that. And so when you translate something, it makes it easier for researchers like us to work with the data. But I think you do lose a certain cultural value that's embedded in that data, in its original language form. So I share your interest in trying to understand what the words were, because we all know certain words do not exist, especially scientific words, especially technical terminology. And so there's a translational science communication that needs to happen, but it also needs to happen with a sensitivity towards language equivalence, which means we need to be able to understand that the word might mean a similar thing, but it's not the same thing. And so within that language, I think we must appreciate that there's value, that it represents a form of identity, that when we're talking about social capital, that language is in some ways our currency that we are going to spend, right? It allows us to see ourselves in those people that are talking the science. It allows us to see that science as part of my life, as part of who I am, as part of where I could potentially go to. And so the programs you mentioned, earlier, science forum, those sorts of things, science stars, allows us access to some of those people that can become role models. We heard this morning from Dr. Ismail at the back, a young female doing amazing things in, is it quantum computing? I don't want to get the wrong science field, quantum computing, which for many people is an abstract area, right? But if you see someone that is approachable, that is relatable, that is, I can go to and ask these questions, which I feel really embarrassed about asking anyone else, it opens that field to you in a way that nothing else can. And so I think leveraging those people, leveraging those networks, leveraging those opportunities becomes very important. And we've seen in our data that those are accessible in urban areas. They are accessible in formal areas, in high socioeconomic areas. But as we move away from those areas, they become less so. And so opportunities also become fewer and further apart. And I think if we can begin to flex some of that muscle in areas that they have not been flexed, we'd begin to see greater outcomes and rewards as we go down this journey.
Absolutely. I'm going to open the floor for comments and thoughts. Maybe Prof. in the front here. DVC. Are you burning with questions, colleagues? Oh, yes, yes. Well, you reminded them now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the speakers and to the colleagues. The name is Namta Hadi. I'm from Saemi. I've got a couple of questions, but I'm not taking away questions from the other attendees in the room. So I'm going to start with, you say it's 6,000 plus or minus 6,000, the population, the sample. Do you maybe have the demographics, specifically average age group of the participants or the respondents? And then the second question is around access to the metadata. So let's say we've got a researcher that would like to repackage and get access to the metadata. Do you allow that specifically for research purposes? And then the second last question is around research ethics. Maybe your process under HSRC might be slightly different to the university ethics process, but I just want to better understand how did that pan out? Is it just merely a matter of getting a consent form that the respondents complete, or do you have other rigorous ethics process that you follow? Just briefly. And then the last comment, specifically around the SAPRS conference resolutions, there's a point that stood out for me there that speaks to promoting cross-generational collaboration and zooming specifically into IKS. I know here within the NMU and in our entity, we're looking at IKS Hub and an IKS Center. So just to check from your perspective, what has been the progress since that conference around the IKS area? Thank you so much, Chair.
Fabulous questions. Okay.
Thank you so much. So in terms of the sample, so we were not involved in the selection of the sample, but we have a team of statisticians who specifically based the sample on the national population. So to try and get it as nationally representative as possible. So they would have looked at our population overall. And so, for example, in terms of race, it would have been approximately 80% Black African because that is the national population. So they do base it on that. And then they also weight the data to make sure that it is nationally representative of the total population. In terms of accessing the data, so we do have a approximately 200-page report, which is the main report, as well as a highlights report. But to access the actual data, you would need to go through the South African Social Attitudes Survey, and they are the ones who keep the data, and you can get a request form through the HSRC where you request the data. You have to say what you would use it for, and that kind of thing, and then they would give you permission and allow you to access that data. For the research ethics, we do have quite a strict protocol at the HSRC. We have a research ethics committee, and we have to complete a form explaining the different aspects of the research, how it will affect participants, what kind of consent they need to give. So all of the participants would have had to complete a consent form, and they would also have been able to, at any time during the interview, say they didn't want to carry on. And they were also given the option at the start whether they wanted to do it or not. And they could, if they didn't want to do it, they could say no. But our research protocol is quite strict, and we have to go through a lot to get permission from our own ethics committee. Then in terms of the resolutions and promoting IKS, I think there has been quite a lot done recently. I know the DSTI, that is one of their focus areas. I'm not sure if any changes have been made since the conference in March, but I know they are quite involved in that area, and there are a lot of programs at different universities and institutions where they are focusing on that.
Yeah, just from my side, I think there is more than enough data from the single survey than we could focus on a full-time capacity, right? So if you are interested, the HSRC has a web portal where you can go in and request some access to this data. There's the metadata, the questionnaires, all of those things are available. There is an embargo on some data, so it means our own researchers get a particular period of time to work on the data exclusively, to publish of it, and then it's publicly accessible data through the portal. So if you don't get satisfactory answers online, email one of us. We'll be more than happy to assist where we are able to do so. I think Sylvia answered some of the questions around ethics. I'm not going to redress that. It's a very strict process, sometimes annoyingly so, but we understand it's about more than just protection. Right? It's more than just protecting our respondents. It's approaching research in a way that is, completely defensible. And SASAS has a 20-year history because they are so strict in informing their ethic considerations, and so we work with them for those reasons. Just the one thing on the Reflections Conference, a lot of the recommendations that came out were more likely to influence the work of the DSTI and other entities that were in the room. But the one point about cross-generational engagement becomes particularly important when you're talking about IKS and traditional knowledge systems, especially as some of these knowledges have now begun to be incorporated into technology platforms, into software, and dare I say even certain bits of hardware. And so that becomes particularly important when you begin to roll out that technology in a usable way. Be it tracking of animals across desert landscapes, identifying environmental patterns, responses to drought, responses to fire, those sorts of things which can influence people's lives. And I think oftentimes we forget that the seniors amongst us have a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience and wisdom, and they are an untapped resource. And when we hit retirement, we all hope to go off and do nothing. I hope that day never comes for me. I think we should be usable till our last breath. And if we allow people to go out to the fields, they will believe they belong there. And so let's bring our seniors back. I think there was a time we called them silver foxes, right? Let's bring them back in and tap into that knowledge, because we can all learn tremendous amounts from them, not just about IKS, but in terms of how to navigate the world that they have come through. So lots of respect for the senior generations, and I think, especially when it comes to science, just because the world is changing, it doesn't mean their value should be mistaken.
Awesome. Prof, second career after retirement on the line. Do you have any comments?
No, thank you very much to the presentation. Yeah, I'm probably listening to it for the third time. And it's always intrigued me on this. So one aspect, you mentioned that other countries do this. So it will be important to know whether we are alone in these states. Probably it's the same thing in the north, in the west, and in the east. So that will be informative for us so that we don't panic or we don't get too excited. And then it will inspire us that we need to get into this. And I'm glad, because I was going to ask a question on promise versus reservation. Yes. And in the summary you did answer that it looks, because to me it looks like they were the same. I like this, and at the same time I don't like it. But that balance, I think it was very important. One thing that probably is missing, I'm not sure if it is there hidden in the data, is the early childhood development. Whether you can determine that kids, when they're young, before they even go to school, by their nature, they are very inquisitive, they are curious. Somewhere down the line, where do they start to not be interested? And there might be somebody who is responsible, either the parents or the lecturers in the class or the teachers who didn't teach physics correctly, who didn't teach math correctly. So it will be interesting to see that where are we getting it wrong? It goes with the question of the age. But of course here, it looks like it was from 16 onwards. And probably by that time, the interest in science is lost. And therefore, we are asking people who lost faith in science. And if we can extend and find with the ethics approval, so that we pin it down to say perhaps we're addressing these recommendations. Perhaps we're addressing the symptoms, and the root cause is somewhere down there. If kids want to play with marbles, they want to break things apart, or the parents say don't touch, for example. So it will be interesting for me to note that. But also in the demographics, for us as higher education institutions, we will be interested in the understanding of science by our own higher education institutions. Yeah. The reason I'm asking, it's either this audience that is here, they are taking this as a given, or they themselves are saying we are in the same boat as the states that you have. And it will be interesting for us. Why is that important? It will then inform the science curriculum at the university. If we start to see people saying, no, I ran away from that subject because I didn't understand it. And therefore it will indeed assist us. So those are some of the comments that I thought I must put on the space. Thank you very much, Palesa.
Thank you. Any more inputs?
Thank you, Dr. Palesa. I'm Nikki from Mandela. One question that I would like to ask from you is that I want to understand your role in knowledge, in getting the knowledge from research. How does it shape the policies of the university? You've done the research that you're doing, then how do you take it to the university to shape the policies that they have?
Thank you. Okay, one more.
We have about 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a little bit shy, so sorry. My name is Bulelani. I'm from the Business and Economic Science student. Actually, I'm an economic student. I have a few questions that I wrote down that I would like to ask. It's three, actually. So the first one is, you said that you had 1 hour interviews when you're conducting your research. So during data collection that we recently had, we noticed that people at the beginning of interviews, I found the interviews quite long because people at the beginning of interviews usually are interested, but as you take more of their time, they start diverting from answering the questions, right? They tell their own stories, or they just answer so that you can wrap it up, so that you can just finish the interview, right? So how do you handle such issues, right? For example, earlier on, oh, sorry, my shyness. How do you handle such issues, right? For example, other problems could be due to terminology, right? Because there are certain English words that cannot be translated into Xhosa, for example, isn't it? For example, I heard them talking earlier about quantums. I was thinking about taxes, but it's about computing, you see? So there are certain English words that you may not be able to directly translate. So how do you handle such issues? Also, what were the key words that you used in your interviews that people from, let's say, Xhosa could relate? And also, what was the influence of this terminology that you used, right? Did it actually divert it from the data that you're actually looking for? In such some instances, that's the first one. And then the second question is, do you think socio-economic problems may influence the results as well? For example, what if people don't trust technology because of crime, not really because of access, right? Maybe they have access to banking apps, but they avoid them because they're getting scammed, right? Maybe they have access to government apps. It's just that they don't trust the government because of corruption and certain things, so they don't bother downloading the apps, right? And then my last question is, how do you categorize, for lack of a better phrase, a little bit of contradictory information, right? Contradictory data. For example, I saw in your slides that 67% of people trust sciences, right? While 58% of people found it more good than harmful, in which, if I put it another way, 42% of the sample says they find science harmful, but still 67% of the people trust science. So to me, that did not sound contradictory, right? Because how can you trust something that you find harmful? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Let's perhaps take them in order. In terms of Prof, international comparisons, these studies have been done in the UK, in the US since the late 60s, pretty much since Sputnik went up in the late 50s. There's been this focus on what do we know about science and how can we make science teaching better, right? And that's evolved through, we can have a lecture on that on its own, different periods through the 1980s with the mad cow disease crisis in the UK. Nuclear became one of those tipping points as well. AI is the current contentious issue that we debate about. And so the field of study has shifted dramatically over time, and as a result, the ways in which these surveys have been implemented by different countries has not been standardized. So meaningful comparison still remains elusive. Certain questions, like you saw the knowledge quiz that we had, certain of those questions are shared across countries, but not all of them. So the overall picture can be compared. The overall picture tells us South Africa, despite its challenges, despite its diversity and impact of inequality, performs fairly well. We've got a very a balanced view of the value and the risks associated with science. We've got a fairly good knowledge of science. Engagement and the things related to resources tend to be a little bit lower than other places in the world. But again, the model for that can be changed, and we can fine-tune some of these aspects as we move forward. And so there's value in international comparison, but I think we need to understand our territory a little bit more One survey is generally not enough to do that. And so as time goes on, as we develop more data sets and more data availability, I think that ability to compare and meaningfully understand what that means will become more clearer to us as we move forward. Then you spoke about early childhood development and whose responsibility that is, and I guess when children become less interested. I think when the rest of the world becomes more interesting. You know, often once you give them a cell phone, the rest of the world becomes way more interesting than understanding how this works. I think also culturally, in our communities, there's less of a value put onto science because we do not have visual and visible role models that make it seem meaningful and valuable. Sport certainly is a big thing. Music, arts, and culture is a big thing within our communities. And we see that in the data. You are correct to point that out. But when it comes to the sciences, it's very difficult to go back home and to express that meaningfully, why ants are important, right? We know, we've got this sort of intrinsic impression of why the work we do is important. But to put that across in a way that doesn't make you sound almost prideful or crazy, if you're dealing with ants, or in our case with social science research projects, it becomes important to be able to relay that. And so I think we need to, in part of our responsibility in communicating our sciences, keep it attractive, keep it interesting, keep it an area that remains a viable career option. We know that at universities there's money for people to study. Maybe not enough, maybe not as widely spread. There are other challenges certainly with accessing a tertiary education. But when it comes to the selection of your course, I think there are ways in which we can promote people to participate in the sciences, be it the physical sciences, natural sciences, or human and social sciences. And to keep the field interesting, to keep the field relatable, I think that becomes our challenge as scientists, as students of science, to ensure that those that are coming after us see the value and the purpose in what we are doing. You spoke about understanding how our leaders, our decision makers, our politicians understand that certain other countries have done dedicated surveys of lawmakers and their understanding of science. In South Africa, I think it's in the science engagement strategy, they list 11 publics in South Africa, and these are made up of lawmakers, educators, students, different types, categories of the audiences. And as part of our work, we do the National South African Public Relationship with Science survey every 5 years. But in the inter-survey periods, in the 4 years between every survey, we are hoping to survey each one of those publics independently. So to get a better understanding what students think, to get a better understanding of what lawmakers think, to get a better understanding of what different segments of the population are thinking about these similar questions surrounding science. There will certainly be a difference and a variation, and we hope that it will be a healthy and a productive one to do that. And then we looked at how do we take this knowledge from these sorts of surveys back into the communities, and I think that's really about trying to digest it into meaningful bits, right? What is it? How can we inform teaching and learning? How do we, certainly when I was going through university, no one taught us PowerPoint. No one taught us how to communicate our science. You had to learn regressions and go out into the world and go and do something with it. But how do we make this more meaningful? And I think it's tapping into the cultural understanding of what this means to different people. It means a different thing to the students in your class than what it does to an ordinary person doing a 9-to-5 job. And so making that meaning-making process becomes very important to translating the data into a usable output that people can access. We are doing some work at the moment trying to understand how science communication can be distilled to its essential components so that it can be more meaningfully built into university programs. It's a very difficult challenge, right? If you're a scientist, it means one thing. If you're a science communication intermediary or someone that works at a science center, it means something completely different. The skills alone associated are so broad, be it video production, the gentleman at the back, the statistical analysis that Sylvia and some of the teams at the HSRC does, being able to stand up in front of a group of this size or even bigger with some kind of confidence becomes very important. And those are the soft skills we don't often learn at universities. And so creating the mechanisms to do that the programs to do that, the hard skills and the soft skills, becomes critically important to build those bridges between between the science communication divides that we spoke about earlier. And then to the young man that, you say you're shy, but you did a really good job of articulating your questions. Often when you're speaking, you find a friendly face in the audience, and you were one of them for me. So thank you for that, for being that friendly face. You asked a question about respondent attrition, really. You start off really well. People are very interested to talk to you because you've paid attention to this little village in the middle of the Eastern Cape, and you've come there to talk to them. And halfway through, it becomes a little bit boring. It becomes a little bit clinical. It becomes a little bit hard to keep the momentum going. And that's important, even in a conversation like this, where after an hour and 40 minutes, maybe some of you are a bit bored of us by now. Maybe we're not wearing the interesting colors as my colleague next to me, so that it makes it a little bit more interesting. But I think what we've tried to do is to, through our fieldwork teams that are really trained and well trained by our SASAS colleagues, they use things like show cards. They use things, they workshop certain language options to ensure that the words we are speaking about in English translate well in isiXhosa. They translate well in isiZulu. That the cultural context within which you are referring to is one that is able to receive the idea of quantum bits, and I'm still trying to figure out what that means from this morning's session, that the world of artificial intelligence is boiled down to a way that is meaningful, but doesn't disregard the knowledge that that person brings to the conversation. And I think that has been a feather in our hat in terms of doing this the right way, to acknowledge that we are still learning, because we've got 9 provinces, so many languages, so many cultural groupings, so many immigrant populations in this country at the moment, that we need to take into our confidence and allow them to take us into their confidence. And so to do that effectively means to approach that space with a sense of humility. I think number one, to go there knowing that you have degrees in your back pocket, but also being fully well aware that you are there to learn. Respondents teach you something. They are part of that 6,000 headcount data set. And I think because we go into the field with that in the back of our minds, we've always been able to come away with learning, whether we speak the language or not. And so that's been one of those things that has promoted the use of effective and meaningful language, not just translation, when we do that kind of work. And then you spoke about the way in which people use technology, the trust they invest, and the apps. And it's more than just resources. Completely agree with you. It's more than just having data on your phone. It's about, I was a late adopter to internet banking. I'm probably doing it for the last 5 years, believe it or not, even though I've had a smartphone in my pocket for more than 10 years. Because we don't trust, not just the banks, but we don't trust the other people out there that are willing to do terrible things to get their hands on some money, right? To old people, to people who can least afford it. And so building trust is one of those incredibly hard things we need to do in life, whether it is personal relationships, with your kids, with your communities. Trust is the underlying currency that we spend when we engage with people and we ask things of people. You're spending trust. You're spending your currency. And so when we talk about how do we get people to use these tools more openly, I think removing the barriers to effective participation is one. The resource, the airtime, the data-free allocation. Then being transparent about what we do with that data. Data is becoming the next currency, right? We give our data so freely to people. We don't think about what they do and what they can do with it. And so I think being able to be transparent, being able to articulate what it is we're going to do with the data becomes a useful asset in trying to promote the use of those tools. And once more people are using those tools, it becomes a value to all of society. But we can only do that in an environment of trust, in an environment of transparency, and in an environment where both parties feel protected. And I think that is the key to leveraging some of these technologies so that they are accessible and available and useful, meaningfully, to more than just a small subgroup of the population. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, one more question.
Maybe for everyone at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sesetu again. I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to prick your brain, of course, on this idea of energy. And oftentimes they say that energy is basically all that's around us. The concept of energy, chakras, would you link it as science? Would you consider it as science? Is there a link between the two? Should we even differentiate the two of them? I know oftentimes people like to categorize, if I may say, the concept of energy to a concept of spirituality and so forth. But I also believe that there's an explanation behind everything, and the reality of the matter is that when it comes to those such as quantum field, because I know that within that space, there's something that you call quantum field, your aura, how you present yourself and so forth. There's an explanation where people actually do research. And I want to then ask, is there actually science behind that? Thank you.
I'd like to, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to take a stab at it? Thank you. I think there's science in everything. I speak from a personal point of view. I'm a religious man. I think that there is value in any form of knowledge. But I think as a science, it relies on evidence, it relies on a particular method. And so we must be very careful about what we include and what we exclude in the sciences. Some of the things in quantum physics we still don't understand, right? When you think of binary computers, it's like you've got a chip which is either on or off. It works with a binary code, 1 or 0. When you think of it in a quantum state, it can be one of either or both, which, just try to wrap your head around that. Schrodinger's cat, the thing about the cat in the box is either alive or dead, and we don't know until we view that cat. It's something that completely blows my mind as I'm sitting here and talking about it, because it is away from this binary notion of the world that we've grown up in. It is right or it is wrong. It is scientific or it is non-scientific. And I think we must break down those binary kind of ways of thinking of the world, because quantum is showing us that there's more than one way to look at the world. Is it a science? You can answer that for yourself. I can't give you the definitive answer to that question. I believe Ayurvedic medicine, which goes back more than 5,000 years from India, has value, has purpose, has a way of healing. Some of that healing might be related to the substance you're ingesting, and some of that healing might be the way in which you feel about that, right? Psychosomatic healing, which is a real, if any students of psychology, you'd agree with me that it's a real area of study, psychosomatic healing. Whether you can definitively say some of this is pseudoscience, is non-scientific, I'm going to stand on the fence on that one. I know certain things work for me. A bit of rescue remedy in my water helps with the nerves when you're standing up here. And that's all, sorts of traditional knowledge that have been passed down and bottled now into a commercial medicine. Take what you can from the sciences that are valuable and park the rest. You don't have to accept everything wholesale, and you don't have to reject everything wholesale. Our South African counterparts have shown us that there's promise in science, and there's a healthy skepticism and reservation. Having both is very important. Otherwise, you'll believe everything all of the time, or nothing all of the time. And so walking that middle road, I think, is very important, because it takes the best out of every way of knowing. And it can only propel us forward if we're going to accept knowledge from everywhere without discounting the places where it comes from. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And that was a small deviation. And I was still laughing. I was texting here about the quantum, not the taxi. So it's my favorite line today. I'm going to send we'll send her, Dr. Ismail, and say it's quantum, not the taxi. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we should see more how we can participate in such national studies. I think they provide a good sense of the information flow in our country and who has access and who doesn't. I think today was really about being awakened to what the country needs, and not just on the theories of things, but really what is needed on the ground, and what we have access to, and what we can potentially change as an institution. I was hoping that there would be more questions from the students, but Maybe everyone is waiting to go to the poster session. That's right after this. Anyway, thank you very much to you guys and for the work that you do at the HSRC. There's a lot more studies actually on their website, so you can go and read some of those reports. And they tell quite a lot of stories about the science sector in our country. And that's really important for if you're deciding to go do your postgraduate studies and there's a lot of scope and opportunity. I mean, Nomta asked a very nice question about, can I access this data if I want to explore further? So you don't always have to start from scratch, actually. And the data that she would produce from that would actually be more useful to the HSRC and to the government and maybe to us as a university. So we really need to start reframing how we approach the research. So thank you so much. We're going to close this session. And there is a poster session right after this. And also we have a plenary. We have a public lecture today that will be delivered by Mr. Ashwell Janeka, who is the Deputy Director General in Statistical Operations and the Provincial Coordinator. So that will be very insightful. And a big announcement, most important one, is that there's no water right now at the Science Center. So when we move towards the Science Center, if you need to use the restroom, please use this space instead, because those bathrooms, I think they will lock them until such a time when there's water. All right, thank you for your attention, and thank you to our guests. Thank you.